So good morning, it's 9 o'clock, so I think we can get started. We have several presentations this morning, and we should close all the seminar on time to allow everybody to leave the island and go back to your places. So this session is about, as you know, policy issues. We start with the first group of three presentations. I believe the first one is by Ole Zettergren. Ole was for a long time in the Swedish pension institutions. And he was one of the persons designing and contributing to the implementation of the Swedish pension system introduced in the late 90s. So, Ole.
Thanks a lot, Daniele, and thanks for making me aware about the Fondazione Cini. It's been a really great experience to visit the island and your facilities here. It's fantastic. I will show you similar information that you saw yesterday by Paul and my fellow Swede here, Martin. And then I'll come into more policy issues after that presentation of some data. Swedish pensions, they are calculated by dividing a sort of capital, a notional pension capital. It's the aggregated contributions that have been indexed with average earning development in Sweden. And these annuity devices, they reflect unisex remaining life expectancy. And then there's an interest rate added, which is the expected real growth of the average wage, which then is deducted from the indexation of the pension benefit. I won't go into this more than that, really. And the annuity devices, they are calculated with fresh mortality data, cross-section mortality data for each birth cohort. And this gives these type of numbers. You have birth cohort on the horizontal axis, and then the level of the annuity devices. These annuity devices would be the actual remaining life expectancy for each age if it wasn't for the interest rate that had been reducing the annuity divisor. So the interest rate increases the first monthly benefit and then makes its development slower afterwards. So if you were born in 1938 here and you picked up your pension at 61, you would have an annuity divisor of about 18. And then you see how this number increases as the birth cohort gets younger. So there's been an increase in life expectancy. That's what you see here. And then you see also how much you gain from delaying your retirement. If you pick it up at 70, it's much lower, the divisor, and your monthly benefit thus becomes much higher. And it's perhaps clearer from this image. If you pick up your public pension, you're born 1950, you picked up your pension at 61, the annuity device was 18.98, and if you pick it up at 70, age 70, it's 13.70. So it's a 40% increase in your monthly benefit. The actual pension would be much higher than 40% higher due to different factors. There's a survivor bonus that you earn from 61 to 70 that would also increase the monthly benefit. And then there's the indexation of the notional pension capital as well. And if you check the development between these birth cohorts, 38 and 59, at 65, the notional pension capital was divided by 15.56 for birth cohort born 1938, and for birth cohort born 1959, it is 17.26. So there's a 10% drop in the benefit between these 20 years. Rather, it's a significant development, of course, but it's also quite slow and steady. And you see some effects from the corona infection there also. There's a slowdown in the increase. And these devices are actually calculated as a 5-year moving average of mortality. So this is how it works. And this mechanism, of course, makes the aggregate pension in expectancy to be constant for all cohorts. And that's the idea, that whenever you are born, you should receive in actuarial terms, the same money for your contributions. Since the benefit that has been divided by 15.56 is expected to be paid fewer months than the benefit divided by 17.26, they are in aggregate terms expected to be the same for these both cohorts. But as you have seen, there's large disparity in life expectancy, and it's the classic distinction is between men and women, of course, but you could also make this distinction by household type, and quite interesting. Women are less sort of vulnerable to be a single-person household than men, because this disparity is much higher between for men than for women. There's a life expectancy difference of 3 years for women cohabiting here. They are typically married, and this is at age 65. If they're married at age 65, they have a 3-year longer life expectancy if they're unmarried. And for men, the disparity is 4.7 years. So it's not only by income, but of course there's a correlation between income and household type also. Typically, you see this in very many studies, that single men, they are there's something wrong with single men, but there's not definitely something wrong with single women. Is not the problem, but single men they have some sort of problem. And you can do it by education also. This is similar information. And then yesterday we had the income, how life expectancy is dependent on income. And here you have a 3.6 difference between women with high income and women with low income. And for men, the difference is even larger, 4.6 years longer life expectancy for men with high income compared to men with low income. This is as from age 65. When I started to attend pension conferences some 30 years ago, it was also always said that rich people live longer than poor persons. And at that time, 30 years ago in Sweden, it was not true, because it was only true that rich men lived longer than lived longer than poor men, and rich women, they lived longer than poor women. But in total, it was actually the situation that poorer persons lived a little bit longer than richer persons 30 years ago, due to the fact that women had such much longer life expectancy and had lower incomes. And 30 years ago, that was more important, not by a large amount, but a little bit larger. And perhaps that had some impact for how the Swedish pension reform was designed in the mid-1990s. We did not look into this income, this dependency between income and life expectancy much when the pension reform was designed. However, it was very clear that there should be no distinction, separation of the insurance collective to try to take into account differences in life expectancy, because that was expected to hurt women. If the legislators would have tried to take into account the differences in life expectancy, and it was also rather convenient for policymakers to consider the population as one insurance collective, since it was politically popular to favorize women in this by doing this. Yes. So this has changed over these last 30 years, this situation. So it's a little bit more politically not so popular to continue to regard the insurance collective as one group. And it's becoming more and more discussed in Sweden. It has not been that much debated, but it is becoming more and more debated. And you can see here that there would be rather, if we could easily calculate annuity devices by, for example, unisex income groups, and we could assign a lower annuity devices to low-income persons that have had a low lifetime earnings. They could receive a lower annuity divisor and thus a higher monthly pension. And the pension plan would, by doing that, become much more progressive rather than the regressive aspect that has now developed. So it would be feasible to, for example, calculate annuity devices by income groups. However, would it be wise to do that is another issue. Social insurance is, by many at least, defined as being insurance where the population is regarded as one risk group and not separating different risks. And if one should start, or if legislators would start discussing to have a more insurance perspective, a more private insurance thinking about these annuity devices, should we make them reflect differences in expected lifespan? It would become very, very difficult to do these distinctions. For one reason, I mean, I think it would be politically impossible to make a distinction between men and women in Sweden. So you could go by income. But as you saw, there's also household differences. And should that be taken into account? What type of distinctions should be made? Of course, this is what policymakers in some aspect discuss and they make legislation to try to get the result their values promote. If you want a progressive pension plan, you should perhaps now change how annuity devices are calculated in Sweden. But you could also have the perspective that that type of result, outcome, redistribution of income between high-income earners and low-income earners should be taken care of by the taxation system rather than the pension plan. That's so it's to me, if I'm asked what to do in this field, I would have a very difficult job answering and giving advice to politicians. Because it's not, you should be careful with what you wish for. If you open up this road, I think that the end result could be something different than you wished for in the end. I've had some quite bad experience. Once bitten, twice shy. I was assigned to do the financial stability of the Swedish pension plan, and I thought we were very clever to do that. But in the end result, it's become used now to promote the most populistic pension policy that I've ever, an unsound pension policy that I've been sort of identifying. Difficult issue and question. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ole. Thank you. Now we have Guglielmo Weber from the University of Padova and Share. Guglielmo, please.
Thank you very much. It's been a while I wait for the, here we go. So this is, I'm going to tell you how SHARE, the Survey on Health, Aging and Retirement in Europe, can help assess the effects of various social policies on the currently old individuals, currently 50 plus, we're not very old, but that type of age frame. As we all know, and that was heard yesterday, after World War II, many European countries introduced an array of social policies that affected individuals, as Beveridge put it, from the cradle to the grave. And examples, typical examples would be compulsory school leaving age. These were raised particularly in the 50s and 60s. Maternity or now parental leave was introduced at different times, at different amounts across European countries. Of course, the very existence of the pay-as-you-go pension systems originated from World War II, and then with the pension system were many times changed in terms of benefits, age at which you can access benefits, etc. And then more or less universal health care. Some countries went for universal health care, like Italy in the 80s. Other countries kept a private insurance system, but the health care policies were also very important. I'm not going to talk about health care, which is a bit more complicated because of the diversity, but I'm going to talk about all the first three types of policies. Now, the data I'm going to talk about is a survey on health, aging, and retirement in Europe, which is ideally suited to studying the long-term effects of these policies because it tracks the same individuals over time across now 28 European countries. So it is as I'll argue in a moment, is going to be effectively a social experiment laboratory. SHARE technically is a pan-European research infrastructure, this type of jargon that is used. designed to study aging and retirement thanks to harmonized longitudinal microdata. Harmonized means that the same survey is run in each and every country at roughly the same time. Longitudinal means the same individuals are interviewed every 2 years. And microdata, because the data which are made available for free to anybody who's interested, who is in research, who's interested, well, these microdata are effectively at the individual and household level. SHARE was launched in 2004 as a cross-national survey addressing the need for comparable evidence on population aging across Europe. And it's been running roughly every 2 years. COVID sort of didn't help. From 2004 to 2025. And right now we have 170,000 individuals which have been interviewed in 28 countries. And the countries are the 26 EU countries, Switzerland and Israel. And the total number of interviews conducted is almost 700,000. And these interviews are conducted face-to-face. CAPI means computer-assisted personal interviews. During COVID, of course, we had to resume to telephone interviews. SHARE is not alone in the world. SHARE, in fact, is not even the older sister. The oldest sister is called HRS, it's Health and Retirement Study from the US. And that's where this whole idea originated, thanks to a person called Richard Sussman, who unfortunately passed away a few years ago, who was very keen that after the US, many other countries also try. So then there is a slight mistake on the slide. Then ELSA came out. ELSA is actually the English longitudinal study of aging. The UK has got also another one in Scotland called Haggis, and a third one called Nicholas in Northern Ireland. So there are 3 now. But the first one was ELSA. Then in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, was TILDA. Then was South Korea, closer. Then Japan. Now, very importantly, 2 big guys stepped in. Charles in China, and India with LASI. Then Mexico, Brazil, South Africa. So, and now in fact more countries are being added. As I said, Scotland and Northern Ireland were added to the countries, but still. So this is a large family of very similar surveys that focus on the 50 plus. Mostly 50 plus, in China it's 45 plus, probably in India too. So this shows the countries, the European countries were involved in SHARE. And as you can see, there is a regional core of countries that originally started SHARE: Italy, Spain, France, etc., Germany, Sweden, and Denmark. But then other countries were added. Already in 2006, Poland and the Czech Republic were added. And then other countries stepped in. And now it's basically the whole of Europe, the whole of the European Union, with the situation of Ireland that first was in, and then it decided to go for its own survey, which anyhow is a part of the family. And then also Israel joined at some stage. This is the timeline at some point discussing it. So right now, this gives you an idea how things work. So in 2004 was wave 1. So people interviewed in 2004 were asked a lot of questions. Actually, the questionnaire, the average baseline interview lasts about 70 minutes, so 1 hour and 10 for the first respondent and 60 minutes for the second. So this is really rather daunting thing, if you wish. But the response rate is actually not bad. It's from the baseline, it was at the time about 60% in Italy. Then in wave 2, there was a follow-up with the addition of 2 countries, and for people who, the same people were interviewed, who were accepted to be interviewed, were interviewed in wave 2, plus some countries were added, some refreshment sample. Then by wave 3, that was 2009, we decided we want to know a bit more about the past of these individuals. And there was a new method called the life history method, which is a way to draw a line, which is a timeline of your life, and you try to mark important points in the line, and then you say, okay, when you were born, when you married, when you had your first child, second child. And from that line on, you construct all sort of episodes which refer to the all sort of activities in your life, including work activities and the like. So this is called shared life. And shared life allows you to fill gaps of the people before. And then in wave 4, we resumed the standard survey, and more countries were added. Wave 5, wave 6. In wave 7, we had so many new countries that we decided that for those people who had not done shared life, they will reduce shared life. And for the others, we'd simply have the standard questionnaire. Wave 8 went into the field. After half the way through, COVID struck. So the sample there is smaller because not everybody was reached in time. But we have 2 phone interviews during COVID focus on various aspects of interest to people in the period. And then in wave 9, we resumed the standard interview. In wave 10, we have the final, the latest one. The data will be released in December of this year. So the beauty of this data set is that it's comprehensive, because aging is a multifaceted thing. So it covers income, wealth, health, a number of health, self-diagnosed health conditions, self-assessed health, some health measures like grip strength, which we talked about yesterday, social networks, healthcare use, care provided and received, and expectations and other. And the survey is unique compared to the other sisters, that it's ex-ante harmonized. So you don't have to spend time to try and make things comparable, because these questions are the same. Of course, when it comes to pensions, Agar, we can tell you, you have to be very careful in defining the right terms in each country, but the pillars were defined in such a way that the questions will fall directly there. So this is an effort which is ongoing, and hopefully it will be financed. It's partly financed by the European Union by DG Employment in particular, but mostly financed by individual countries. A unique feature of SHARE is that it covers a host of countries which are similar standards of living. Now, we may think, and this is true, that between Sweden and Bulgaria there is quite a difference, but it's nothing compared between European countries and many sub-Saharan countries. So it's still similar standards of living, but have different institutions and policies. Education, pension eligibility, parental leave policy differ across the countries, and typically have changed a lot over the years. And remember, we have life histories. So we basically, it's as if we have, in a sense, we have a double panel. We have a panel because we follow the same individuals over time. But at the same time, we also have their life history. So we have, in this other domain, we also have a panel. So for instance, the compulsory school age years were increased in many countries, but at different times and by different age degrees. In one country, Portugal, even by gender. Male compulsory school years were increased first and the females 1 year later. Pension eligibility ages and rules underwent a number of reforms in countries, many relatively small, but some, of course, relatively large, but in different moments and ways. And that's important because that implies there is a lot of variability, which is not just across countries, but also over time. Maternity leave was introduced and changed over time and across countries. This is a source of exogenous variability, which makes SHARE a quasi-experimental laboratory. In the structural sciences, we have difficulties putting people in cages and make them act. But of course, we have social policies that change normally for a number of political reasons. And the fact that we have many countries that change at different times, there is a lot of variability, which of course may reflect some underlying trend, but still, the timing, exact timing, and exact who exactly is affected by is going to be quite random, or compared at least in terms of, so it can be treated as a quasi-experiment. Just to give you an idea of this effect, so here we look at the effect of school leaving age reforms on actual education. On the left, you see the distance, on the horizontal axis, you see the distance from the compulsory school year reform. And on the vertical axis, the years of education. And you can see, because all these reforms, except 2, increased increase education, compulsory school years, then you can see there is an immediate jump. You can exploit this variability, which occurred at different times in different countries, but so affected individuals at different ages across Europe. And these have long-term effects. So education in income, with Giorgio Brunello and Christoph Weiss, we looked in a paper which was published years ago, we used our life history data from SHARE to investigate the effects of school reforms on lifetime earnings. And we found that, of course, the school reforms make you get more education, and you get, therefore, higher earnings. But the effect was much stronger in rural areas. So 1 year increased lifetime, 1 year increased, 1 year extra education increased lifetime earnings by 9%. And returns to education turns out to be 4 times higher for people with many books at 10. Now, yesterday I was revealing my jealousy about the Swedish and Danish admin data. But in admin data, you don't know how many books they had at age 10. So there are things which you can learn from some data. Of course, they can link their shared data to the admin data, so they have the best possible world. But still, this is the type of thing which in this type of survey data you can get. Books, of course, capture cultural background and cognitive development. Now, important thing is to understand is that this was a reform aimed, of course, to reduce inequality, because by increasing compulsory school aging, you effectively make the lives of the people who do not take much education better. But you create inequality within. Within that group, you get some people who profit from the extra stimulus much more than others. And this is a point to keep in mind. And this is the difficulty of devising social policies which are effectively reducing inequality, if that's the aim. But the other obvious situation where it makes a huge difference is pension reforms. And pension reforms typically affect various aspects. We heard about the Swedish pension reform, which was very comprehensive, and indeed Italy had many, and almost I think all countries in share had some pension reform. One issue which seems to matter a lot is the eligibility. So the year when you become eligible for a pension tends to have a strong effect on the decision to retire. It's not necessarily true, right? You could, in principle, retire earlier, a year or two earlier, maybe. And that, indeed, in some cases, this is made easier by some scheme provided by the employer. And you could retire later. Nowadays, it's no longer, except for civil servants, you can keep working very often after you become pension eligible, when you start drawing a pension. But normally, people tend to react to the eligibility age. And these are, for instance, how much men and women react to the change to becoming eligible when you consider the statutory retirement age, which is what we call old age retirement age. So in that terms, you can draw a similar picture for early retirement age, and then early retirement pension age, and that is a similar picture you get there. So this type of exogenous variability was exploited in a paper by Viola Angelini, Agar, Brugevini, and myself, which basically pointed out that retirement age has increased less than life expectancy. So there was a paper in 2009, but it's still probably true. And so you need careful financial planning. And so there may be the case for an early retirement trap. The early retirement trap is such that you are induced, or you decide to retire early, take the possible time to retire, and then you regret this decision because of some circumstances that change. Typically, retirement is an absorbing state. It's very hard to go back to work after you retire for a couple of years, and maybe a shock occurs, and you need money, and you can't do. So in countries with generous early retirement and relatively less developed financial markets, longer retirement leads to a higher risk of financial hardship. So this was, effectively these are the summary of the results in terms of countries. These are just the coefficients the country is, and this of the regression. So you can see, for instance, that you have more financial hardship for the higher proportion of people not employed. I got only less than 3 minutes, so I'll try to summarize quickly the other two things. One thing which worries all of us is that cognition declines with age. Okay, this is something we know. Particularly, the cognition has got various facets, and Greta Pesaresi in the audience, we can tell you all the various information we have in share because she's doing a thesis on this, a PhD thesis on this topic. But we are looking here at the number of words remembered in the typical situation where you ask the interviewer tells you 10 words. Then he immediately asks you, can you repeat as many as you can remember? And then after a few minutes, he asks the same questions. And you can see the average, the average goes from 11 to 6 according to age. And typically, nobody gets 20. Okay? So this is just a natural thing of life. Unfortunately, memory deteriorates. But of course, there is a lot of variability. So in the paper with Martina Ceridoni and Chiara Del Bianco, we looked at the mental retirement hypothesis, which has been shown using aggregate data by other researchers, which shows that there is the basic idea is that there's less cognitive activity post-retirement, so retirement may be bad for you. And we defined in share a cognitive decline as a 20% drop in the number of words recalled between ways, so every 2 years. But then we distinguish between those who retired as soon as they become eligible for an early retirement pension scheme and those who retire when they become eligible for an old age statutory pension. And these are the results after after controlling for age, of course. And so the dotted line at the top shows the proportion of people who take statutory retirement who then have cognitive decline. So the longer you've been in retirement for a given age, and the worse the cognitive decline is. For early retirees, instead, there is almost no effect. In fact, it's slightly protective. The average between the two is the dark line. So distinguishing between these two groups actually makes a difference. It's particularly bad to force people to retire more earlier than they want to, so that by taking old age retirement, old age pension. I have less than can I take one minute? I've got one point. Retirement, though, has a protective role for early retirees, a negative effect for statutory retirees. But who are the early retirees and who are the statutory retirees? The early retirees in there we find are mostly men in low-skilled jobs. So typically they would retire as soon as possible. The job is not particularly, it's not good for your brain because it's very repetitive. It doesn't really help. And probably you find some other things to do. With statutory retirement, normally you find that most the people who fall in this group are normally satisfied with salary and job autonomy. And therefore, there are people who probably get a job which is interesting and life enhancing. So this paper actually was recently picked up by New York Times, was discussed we got phone calls from the US asking, what should I do? Which it's very easy. Let me just finish on maternity leave, and this partly because it's the only paper I'm not related to. It's Agar Bugiavini, Giacomo Pasini, and Elisabetta Trevisan who looked at the maternity leave and labor market interruptions. There are persistent gender differences in labor market fertility, labor market attachment. So this probably are partly related, most related to fertility and childcare responsibilities. And the beauty of the shared life history data, then we can check when maternity took place, and we can then use contextual information to mark the time when maternity leave was introduced or made more generous. And more generous, this paper, Agar, Giacomo, and Elisabetta find that more generous leave results in more weeks in job post-childbirth, i.e. employed but not at work, which is you don't have to quit your job, fewer weeks out of the labor force. So, but of course, they also find heterogeneous effects across countries, and this is normally due to also cultural factors, etc. So the bottom line of this is that social policies are complicated. The effects are not always what you expect, but there are long-term effects. Now we are, for instance, you can study the effects of healthcare policies like screening programs and on breast cancer screening, as some work I'm doing is on the effects on long-term effects of those. And these effects are not always clear-cut. There's lots of heterogeneity, but it's certainly very important to have good microdata to study not only the overall effect, but also the micro effects. I'm sorry, I overran my time a little bit.
So, thank you, Guglielmo. Now, last speaker of this session, Monica Paiella from INPS, the National Italian Pension Scheme, and Università Partenope in Naples.
So, thank you, Daniele, and thank you to the Fondazione Cini for inviting me. So my talk is about pensions and longevity. And typically, well, the first question that one asks about when talking about pensions and longevity is whether pension systems can afford longer lives. So whether they are fiscally sustainable. In this talk, I want to focus on a complementary question, which is whether individuals in retirement can afford their own longer lives. These questions are clearly related, but are clearly also different. And now, pension design is typically based on averages. So when thinking about how to reform a pension system, typically one looks at average life expectancy, average retirement duration, replacement rates, expenditure projections. But individuals do not experience averages. They have their own retirement duration, they have their own pension income, career histories, buffers differ widely across individuals. And the policy challenge I want to focus on is identifying who is exposed to what I call longevity fragility, and whether it is possible to act before it becomes old age hardship. So, longevity fragility, as I define it, is a combination of a long retirement, low pension floor, and limited buffer. This table captures the distinction that I have in mind. On the one hand, there is the question of system sustainability, which focuses, as I said, on aggregate pension expenditure, aggregate contribution, retirement age, and on the other, there is individual preparedness, which focuses instead on pension adequacy, career gaps, household buffers, and longevity risk. And so this distinction brings about two different units of analysis and two different policy levers. So let me start with some data. These data, the data I'm going to show, are from the administrative records of the Italian National Social Security Institute. And all the charts I'll show are based on old age or early retirement retirees from cohorts 1940 to 1950. So it's specific to these 11-year cohorts. And what this graph shows is how many years individuals from this cohort who have died have received their pension. And so the average among the deceased is 14 years. Remember, these are private sector employees aged between born between 1940 and 1950. The average is 14 years. And this 14 years is the number that is typically looked at to balance the pension system. However, the distribution is quite spread out. 33% received a pension for less than 10 years, and 23 received a pension for more than 20 years. So the same average conceals retirement spells that differ by over a decade. And let me add a complication. Let me add, not a complication, but the living retirees. By 2024, many pension spells had already lasted more than 20 years, and 77% are still open. So, for these individuals, the pension duration will be longer. And this is not a projection. This is something that is already happening. This is something that we know. And the preparedness question is whether the resources that these people have are sufficient to last as long as they will live. And here I distinguish between men and women. So the averages are not only deceptive, but are also selective. Because the distribution I showed you earlier is not a random sample of the cohort. Among these cohorts, 28% of men have died so far, but only 16% of women have died. So the missing right tail, which is the long-lived whose final pension duration we do not yet observe, is disproportionately female. So women's longevity is more unobserved, and as I will show you in a few slides, their pension floor is much lower. But before I turn to distribution of gross of pensions, let me highlight the core distinction, which has to do with retirement length and pension. A long retirement with an adequate pension is what I called prepared longevity, and this is what I would call a success. A long retirement with a low pension is longevity fragility. A caveat. So, before I show the data on pension income, let me make something clear. Pension income is not the whole story. There are savings, housing, there is a family. But pension income, in a sense, is the floor. It is lifelong, and it is regular, and crucially, it is observable in administrative data. So it is what institutions can see, and it is what institutions can act on. And this is why I focus on pension income. So, this is the distribution of the first pension that this cohort, the individuals of these cohorts, 1940 to 1950, have received once they've retired. I want to specify that these are old age pension and early retirement pensions. So there is no survivor pension, there is no invalidity pension, no social benefits. These are pensions that workers receive after they retire. And what we see, the distribution exhibits an average of just less than 21,000. This is an annual gross pension. However, once again, we have a very spread out distribution. And from the graph, we can see that around 30% entered retirement with a gross pension which is below 12,000 euros a year. Now, this is less than 1,000 a month, but let me say also that this corresponds to around 60% of the median, which is slightly less than the mean in this case. And so 60% of the median is the number that is usually looked at when one thinks of poverty, in terms of income typically, but here we are doing it in terms of pensions. And so 30% enter retirement with a pension below this level, and 80% of these are women. And the difference between men and women, let me just say one thing. The spike that you see on the left, around 7,000, is due to the minimum top-up. In Italy, if your pension is below around 650 a month, you receive a top-up to 650 a month for 13 months. And however, to be entitled to this top-up, you need your spouse to have also a low income. So that's the reason why you see something on the left. These are people who didn't receive the top-up despite a very low pension because their spouse has a high or a relatively high income. But, sorry. Okay. Yes. And here we have the gender dimension. Here we distinguish between men and women. And what we can clearly see from this chart is that women are much more concentrated in the lower tail of the initial pension income distribution, to the point that the third quartile of the women pension income distribution coincides with the first quartile of men's pension income distribution. And as I said, here there are no survivor pension, there are no invalidity or social benefits. These are pensions that people receive after several years of contributions to the system. And so, women, as I said, are concentrated in the lower tail. And what we already know from the previous slides is that women live longer. So we have a longer female longevity that starts with or from a significantly lower pension. And it is just this intersection that creates fragility. And I put the two dimensions together. So we have pension and pension duration. And so here, again, 1940, 1950, retirees, some have died, but some are still living, most are still alive. And what do we see here? What we see is that 57% have received a pension for 20 years or more, and they have an adequate pension. Notice that here, I'm not talking about huge pensions. The threshold I have in mind is that 12,000 euros a month. But still, 57% are in this cell. Then we turn to the deceased, and we have that 13% have this adequate pension, but has received a pension for less than 20 years. 5% have received a pension for less than 20 years, but has received a very low pension. Now, this is the group that is at poverty risk. But the group at fragility risk is the group at the bottom right of the table, which is 25% of this cohort, who has received a pension below the low pension threshold and has already received a pension for 20 plus years. Now, just to be precise, this is not a measure of completed poverty. This is an administrative signal of potential exposure. And the question this raises is whether pension systems or pension institutions can use this kind of data to identify these people before hardship appears. Can they do it? What we see here is that the pension observed at retirement is the administrative trace of a working life. What do we have here? We have on the right hand, on the horizontal axis, I created groups by years of contributions, and then the bars identify the share of retirees who are in the fragility cell that I showed earlier. So, fragility is clearly concentrated among the workers with short contribution histories. Among those who contributed to the system for less than 20 years, we have 80% of individuals who are at risk of longevity fragility. And this brings me to the policy slide, to the policy implication. So, pension institutions typically pay pension benefits. However, what I argue is that they can do much more. And given the data that they have, they can inform, which means they can show people pension projections under different longevity scenarios. What if I live 85 years rather than live to 85 years, to 95, to 100? Most people have no idea of what their pension trajectories will look like, because it's true that the pension is regular and constant and lifelong. However, people also live off their savings, and private savings get depleted, household structure change, and health and care needs clearly rise with age. Then they can use this data to identify low preparedness trajectories before retirement. And they can target support where long life meets low resources, which means they can target support to those who are at risk of longevity fragility. And they can do that through credit for interrupted careers, with top-ups, with survivor protection, and crucially, through links to long-term care. And let me conclude with 3 takeaways. First, the average retiree is not the policy target. Pension duration and pension income are distributed unequally. Second, longevity fragility is a joint risk. Long retirement becomes fragile when it meets a low pension floor and limited buffers. Third, administrative data can move policy upstream, because pension system can inform, detect, and protect before hardship appears. And the challenge, the real policy challenge, is whether institutions actually do it. I'm done. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Monica. So now we can open the floor for discussion. I would only ask you to mention your name before you speak. These for the people who follow up on streaming, because there is no camera looking at you, the cameras are looking in this direction. So just please mention your name. So I have Hervé first.
Okay, so Hervé Bouilleul from the OECD. So thank you very much for the three presentations, which were very clear, I must say. It's great to have this. I have one question for Ole. My take is that he focused on these differences in life expectancy and suggested maybe ways to take them into account through the divisors. So meaning then in terms of what it will translate for pension benefit levels, which is fine by me. And then his slide was, can it be done? Yes, we can do it, right? So, and it followed one with inequalities across income levels. So I assume that it can be done by income, but of course then the income must be, I don't think there is much debate there on lifetime, whether this is individual earnings, disposable income can be discussed, but it's lifetime, not just the income when you retire. So I was wondering what was the income measure showed in his slides, number one. And the second question related is then I did not understand. Yes, it can be done, so by income, but then there was something about it's not clear which groups, which characteristics we can use and so forth. And I certainly agree with that, whether we take into educate them many different things. But then if it is lifetime income, this is lifetime income. We don't have to discuss. So my question is, can it be done using lifetime income? And if so, are there caveats? Should we be careful about, as you said, maybe unintended effects, if we again focus on lifetime income?
I have Agar.
Yes, well, Agar Brujavinica, Foscari University. So it's not a question, it's more of a thinking about the presentations by Ole and by Monica. Is it on? Can you hear me? Yes. I think we're going down deep into what is a social security and a pension system. So, for example, in Ole presentation, we didn't see the levels, the money that people get. You see the actuarial adjustment, you see the, but what came out of Monica's presentations is that you can have floors, and we know, all of the people in this room know very well about the discussion on virtually defined contribution systems, where one of the concerns is what if after you made a calculation for the pension, it turns out that the pension is too low. What do you do about that? So, and the other, so it's a little bit to do with the issue of insurance. How much do we want to preserve the insurance aspect, or maybe go a little bit beyond? But also, it's about the idea that a pension is a follow-up to working. And I'm saying this because I was thinking during your presentation about, in Italy we have these physically demanding jobs where you can retire earlier. You're allowed to retire earlier because you had a job which was physically demanding. So in a sense, you are not using one risk. You are already looking at several risks in the way you calculate pensions. And finally, I was wondering whether there is also an issue of whether the unit should be the individual or the household, Because again, you know, from Monica's presentation, we know that sometimes benefits are means tested, but how far can we go in using the means testing? Because when we have then single women, you know, the issue becomes very serious. So it's more of a random thoughts, sorry.
Thank you, Hakan. I have Elsa.
Okay. I can.
No, okay, Elsa, go ahead, please.
So, does it work? Yes. So first I want to thank, oh, sorry, my name is Elsa Fornero. I'm retired from the University of Torino, but still pertain to the university. So I want to thank Guglielmo for an excellent presentation of shared data and of the very, of the research that you can do by using those data. And you gave us many instances, and I think you raised a lot of interest in the data source, which is very important. I have a question also for Monica, and I share part of Agar, I would say, doubts about your presentation. I would add something. Most of the pensions you were talking about are defined benefit pensions because these people retired these years. And you know very well that those pensions are higher in actuarial terms than the contributions they're paid in. So somehow society is paying very little pensions, but in excess of what people paid, what workers paid. And I share your view that going into the details of people's life is important even for making policies. But when you say we need to act for these people, to help them, the question is, who is going to pay? Not the pension system. Otherwise, it's only workers. And maybe some of those workers are even poorer than and have less perspective. So you need to talk about taxation. If we want to help poor people because they have worked, they had little working life, possibly because they work moonlight. Because many of these people have interruptions in their working career because they work at moonlight. So the question is much more complicated, and I would say that the answer cannot come just looking at the pension system. Otherwise, you ask too much from the pension system. And then, Ole, your question to which you didn't give an answer, honestly, I would say, in a very transparent way, because I share your difficulty in answering the question, demonstrates that pension reform are never just a technical issue. It's a question of social preferences about many, many items. And it's a question also what you want to communicate to the electorate. For example, I just say one more thing. Your way of using the defined contribution formula allows for an increase a real increase in pension in the course of life. In our case, this is not true. Why? Because the idea politically was we have a great pension reform, but we have to tell people that this will not influence their particular pension. So the way we calculate is to have a flat pension. A flat pension for a given amount of money means that the first pension is higher. So you can tell people retiring at a certain age that we have done a reform, but your pension has not been reduced. It's a strong political message. Was done exactly on these premises, not to discourage too much people. Is that transparent? No. Is that honest? I don't know. But certainly is a political choice and not a technical one.
Martin, please.
First, a question to, very much related to your question to Ole on this. You mentioned this internal rate, or interest rate of 1.6%, which is deducted in order to increase the payments, the benefit payments early on in the pensioner's career. And then you talked about this adjustment to adjust for the shorter life of low-income earners by increasing their internal rate of return in the system. Another way to achieve a redistribution to low-income earners is to increase the internal rate of interest, I suppose. If you pay out the benefit earlier on, you benefit the low-income earners more since they have shorter lives. You mentioned that the magical 1.6% was an assumption, since you were involved in the pension reform a lot. What is the background to this 1.6%? Why isn't it 2% or 1.8 or 1.4 or I don't know? Would be very interesting to hear about the history behind that. A question to Guglielmo. It was very interesting to see the data retirement and your results on cognitive decline. I didn't quite get the identification of the I suppose there is in the United problem, those who choose to early retirement program, they could foresee, maybe they know that they will have a more severe cognitive decline. So it would be interesting to hear about that. Maybe you said it, but I didn't listen carefully enough.
Thank you. Michelle, please. Okay. Fabiana first, and then after.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question for Ole, which in fact just resonates, was the same thing about from Elsa. Really, you mentioned the issue of how to deal with the longevity inequality. So should we consider differentiating pensions by, or contributions by income level and so on? So the question is complicated. It is not maybe in a pension system, it is in a taxation system maybe. So just if you have an idea, I think these elements should be brought into the debate. So we have to go beyond pensions. From the Swedish experience, or thinking out of the box, what kind of tax measures, because that could be relevant, what we should think about, even going beyond social security contributions? So there is any debate, to your knowledge, about that? Because I think it's really relevant, the debate, how to finance and to support, because you have progressivity in taxation or other elements. I know, for instance, just a simple example, in Denmark there have been taxations or passengers flying to pay social security fees. I mean, to have this kind of, so you have environmental taxation, which goes into social inequalities dealing with. So that's, any considerations about that? And maybe to Monica, you mentioned as a policy levers also the issue of information, which is really key. So pension information, pension awareness, longevity awareness, and maybe financial literacy. What do you know about Italy? See, there is something going on in this respect, because it's super important. We have in the European level starting a project, which is a European tracking system, for which we have national data, so for which people can track their own pension, and we are connecting at European level this capacity for everybody to see what happens if I get this retirement age and I live so long, whatever. So to have this is in Italy something very complicated. To what extent, if you know, and what does it imply? Thank you.
Thank you. The last one.
Thanks so much for your presentation.
Just
I'm
mention
Greta
your name.
Pesaresi. Yeah, Greta Pesaresi from the University of Padova. My question is for Monica Paiella. Well, I was wondering which is the definition of an adequate pension, in the sense that whether it's more like daily basis living, or if it's taking into account also unexpected expenses, for example, or not that much unexpected when we are living longer and therefore like being able to afford a nursing home or a facility with our pension, like with our income. Because in Italy we are relying so much on informal caregiving, and therefore someone else is actually either paying for that or providing care in our home-based care. So whether, like, I think this is a piece of a puzzle, actually, right? We should like incentivize long-term care insurances and other aspects related to pension income, and this is what Professor Fornero was actually saying, right? Pension is not enough, probably. Thank you.
Thank you. So Monica first.
Okay, so thank you for the questions and the comments. I'll start from the last one. The low pension threshold that I took is like 1,000 euros a month. And as I said, it's like 60% of the median pension. This is like a kind of a well-known reference for a poverty threshold. I totally agree on the fact that retirees often rely on household structures, on private savings, housing. But what is true is that as they age, things change. So savings are depleted, and very often they are alone. So the pension is essentially the floor for their income. And that's the reason why I focused on that. And as I was saying, also when there are top-ups, typically the spouse income is kept into account, but then pensions can be revised if one loses the spouse. So that was, that's, regarding Fabiana's questions, which is the information, which is totally crucial. Something in Italy has been done and then reversed, and what I have in mind is the well-known busta arancione, the orange envelope. But currently, there is one can have some information regarding the years of contribution. Now, the Italian social security system has set up a system such that you can log in and see how many years you have contributed and the reference income for contribution. And for those who are not familiar, in Italy, the contribution rate is huge, is around 30%, is above 30%. So all the debate about funding a second pillar or private pensions, private pension plans hits against this 33% mandatory contribution rate. So we are pretty far, we're very far from giving information showing pension trajectories. And there are surveys, and that's why administrative data are not enough, and surveys such as SHARE are critical, that show that people at some point of their life underestimate their, the years they will still be living, and at some point this is reversed. I think they will live much longer than what happens on average. So I agree that information is critical, and that's a relatively cheap lever the policymakers could act on, because if someone learns this information when they're 60 or 65, they can decide to keep working, or, as you were saying, if I'm not contributing to the system because I work out from the formal market, I can decide that maybe it's better if I receive a bit less money today, but I start contributing to the system. So that's why I really think that information is crucial. Why then they do not do it, I cannot get into this. Can be quite obvious to someone who knows the system, but that's all. Sorry,
Thank you.
yeah.
Guglielmo?
Yes, thank you, Elsa, for your kind words. And as far as Morten's technical point is concerned, of course, what I showed is the local average treatment effect of the specific instrument, which was the becoming eligible for statutory old age. And we saw there was a huge jump upwards of people. So that was, lots of people stay on as long as possible, and then they retire at that age, presumably because there is a lot of social pressure, if not some statutory rule. So of course there's always the issue whether this instrument is uncorrelated with the error term, and you may be right, there may be a certain amount of correlation between what you know about your cognition decline, cognitive likelihood of cognitive decline, but there really is interesting that what you eventually you do retire, and then you don't seem to do anything about to try and combat your cognitive decline, because presumably it's not easy to find stimulating things to do after. But you're right. I mean, technically, any instrument you can discuss. The other identification issue there is to distinguish between the effects of retirement, the length of time of being in retirement, and the effect of age. And there you have to make some assumptions, parametric assumptions. But the good point. But the message what was striking was that it was a very different effect between those when the late effect for old age and the early retirement age, and when you put them together, they actually rejection. So there is heterogeneity. So this is the standard test of overtime restriction is rejected, implying there is heterogeneity. And so that's why we then show the two things, which is not common. I mean, I've not seen it in many other places. Thank you.
Yes, Hervé's question whether we used lifetime income or a period income for doing those calculations. The answer is, as you indicated, it's lifetime earnings. And the following question, why then, it's a rather robust measure, why then am I hesitant using that information for making life expectancy for the different income groups influence the calculation of the benefit? Well, the reason why I'm hesitant is that you change the logic of the social insurance plan from considering all your members, all contributors as one risk group, and you start to think in making the system actuarially neutral for different groups of the insured, and then I think you might risk having a political development where you have very difficult questions arising. For example, why should not household types influence the calculation of the benefit? As you saw, single household persons, they live shorter than couples, for example. That could also influence. And of course, it's politically not feasible in Sweden that you should make the risk groups by gender also. You open a can of worms, I'm afraid, if you do that. That's the reason why I'm hesitant. However, I think there are also reasons why you should take into account the difference in life expectancy. That's why I learned by Morten's brother at a seminar in Paris some 25 years ago that he was asked a question. He's also a professor in I think sociology or political science. He was asked a question and he answered, "I used to be indecisive, now I don't know." And I would sort of answer the same thing to this issue. I think it's a genuinely difficult issue. But I think that perhaps we in Sweden will start to look into it, not because of technicians want to do this. There's a interest from the political left in Sweden to do this, rather. And then, Elsa, you did not have a question, but you said that in Italy it was politically important not to have the message that pensions will be affected. That was the political message in Sweden also when the pension reform was designed. So I think we were quite similar in that aspect. And that relates to Morten's question. Couldn't you fix this life expectancy connection by increasing the assumed interest when you calculate the divisors? Yes, you could do that. A higher interest assumption will be beneficial for those who have short lives, and it's detrimental for those who have long lives. However, the administration and perhaps even the retirees would be very upset if that was done, because if you have different interest rate assumptions calculating the divisors, you will have different recalculation of the pension benefit afterwards. So if you have received a high interest rate when the benefit is calculated, you will have a higher reduction of the recalculation of the benefit every year. And that would be a political disaster, I think. Everyone would be angry. And why did Sweden opt for the level 1.6? It was very different relative to the situation in Italy, because in Sweden, when the pension reform was decided, also pension benefits yearly recalculation was changed. As I understand it, in Italy, you still recalculate benefits with the consumer price indexation. But in Sweden, it was changed to have the average earnings indexation, just as you index the notional capital. Pension benefits are also recalculated with the average earnings change, with the reduction of the 1.6. So the 1.6 has a very similar as your 1.5 in Italy, but still different impact. And since all old pension benefits in Sweden were designed to be recalculated with the consumer price indexation, they were also changed to this new index with the average earnings minus this imputed interest rate. So it had very real economic effects. If you had a high imputation, 2%, government would have earned a lot of money, because that would have made the benefit recalculation of the old pensions lower. However, the higher your imputed interest rate is, the higher the risk is that you will have a negative real development of benefits. It was a super difficult decision. And we spent years fighting with the Ministry of Finance and the politicians trying to agree on this issue. And the original figure was actually 1.75, but in a sort of negotiation, it was reduced to 1.6. Yes, I think I answered the questions.
So thank you. So we break for coffee very quickly. Let's be back at 10:40, please. So I think we should get started. So the first speaker for this last session is Hervé Boulon from the OECD. I would just recommend all of you to be strictly on time because we have 5 presentations for this last session. So, Hervé, please, you have the floor.
So, thank you very much to Daniele for the invitation and to Alessandro, actually, for providing excellent support. How can pension system deal with inequality in life expectancy is an important but difficult question. As Ole said, I mean, there will be some overlap and certainly consistent view. The issue clearly is gaining traction in the public debate. And the starting point is first that inequalities in life expectancy are large in all OECD countries. And second, that the question of how to share longevity risks across the total population raises serious and intricate issues for pension policies, because they generate a conflict between 2 key objectives of pension system: the pooling of longevity risks across the overall population as largely as possible on the one hand, and the limitations of the impact of inequality, the so-called equity objective, on the other hand. So the multiple and interrelated determinants of these inequalities and the serious difficulty in identifying causality blur the design of adequate policy responses. That is one serious limitation, but this is not the only one. One crucial aspect I will focus on is the following. While the issues this topic raises are very serious, they are often approached in a confusing way. And I have tried that in several conferences, not as prestigious as this one, for sure. And as well, I've tried that every year with my students over the years to bring some clarity in this debate. And I think it is fair to say that I have partly succeeded only, or partly failed. But I don't give up, and I will try again with you, if needed, in a few minutes. So I will discuss the extent to which accounting for inequality in life expectancy affects the pension policy response to population aging in particular. Maybe I moved a bit too fast, sorry. Yes, the pension policy response to population aging. In particular, one standard recommendation which is supported by the OECD is to link the retirement age with life expectancy, although, of course, the pace of this link is another issue which is beyond the scope of this presentation, from, say, going in a relatively smooth way in the Netherlands now, in Sweden, very fast, for example, in Italy. But again, I will not discuss that today. We have today in Europe, this link is in place in 9 countries, and Norway is expected to join that group. And there has been actually last week or 2 weeks ago a recommendation to do that as well in Germany, but it's still very far away from decision. So I will ask whether accounting for inequality in life expectancy requires qualifying this standard recommendation, and I will show that it is crucial to distinguish the static from the dynamic analysis. So this may sound cryptic at this stage, but it will hopefully be clearer in a few minutes. So first, a chart to illustrate how serious the issue is. So there are many country-specific studies documenting differences in life expectancy across occupations, income levels, education. We have had very good already analysis reported in this conference yesterday on Denmark and Sweden. So that was very stark results. So the evidence, no doubt, is robust. Socioeconomic differences are large. And here, just an illustration, we tried in 2017 to have a cross-country picture based on a harmonized methodology. There are substantial differences across countries, but a reasonable order of magnitude at age 65 is that differences in life expectancy between low and high educated groups are around 3 years. So of course, it's much less than what we saw yesterday with Denmark and Sweden going more granular, but low and high educated orders of magnitude again, 3 years. So if you have I like very simple orders of magnitude. If you have in mind remaining life years of 20 years, 3 years out of 20, that's about 15%, right? So this 15%, I'll get back to this in a few of these simple illustrations. So what we documented in this 2017 publication called Preventing Aging Inequality is that the factors explaining these socioeconomic differences are numerous, and that quantifying the impact of causal factor is not easy. So in short, there is uncertainty about the exact numbers as often, and more importantly about causality, but the facts are clear that socioeconomic inequality are large. So let's now start with the static effect, which is generally well understood. In essence, pension systems redistribute from those who die early to those who live long. This is the insurance mechanism against longevity risks, which protect against the uncertainty of your own death, basically. So this general principle about pooling longevity risks works well to protect against uncertainty when everyone faces the same risks. But the socioeconomic pattern we just discussed breaks this logic and adds to the effect on income inequality. So in that case, this inequality in life expectancy, if ignored by pension system, leads to regressivity as individuals with disadvantaged backgrounds, say let's call them low-income pensioners, finance the pension of those with advantaged backgrounds, high-income pensioners. This is the static view. Having the same retirement ages for all generates all else equal, as we say, but this is very important, and I'll get back to that, all else equal, a regressive effect. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm still keeping. So, but based on some estimates, by the way, differences in life expectancy would reduce redistribution in the French pension system by 1/3. So still keeping the overall system progressive, but 1/3 is reduced. However, in the United States, for example, estimates I've seen is that redistribution was estimated to be fully offset when accounting for socioeconomic pattern of mortality rates. So it's important to take into account all these things. So let's provide an order of magnitude again of the implied problem. So assume life expectancy at age 25 is equal to 70 years for the low-income group and 20 years for the high-income group. The static life expectancy effect is 15%, right? 3 years out of 20. And this is detrimental to the low-income group on top of their lower monthly pensions. Of course, this is a simplification. The real numbers depends on indexation rules in particular. And actually, any schedule that would front-load pension payment during retirement lower this regressive effect. This goes back to the discussion between Martin and Ole that we had a few minutes ago. But of course, at the cost, if we front load, it's at the cost of providing less insurance against longevity risks. If you go to the extreme, you just give lump sum of pension entitlements at retirement age, you have no regressive effect. But then you cannot manage the longevity risks. So two implications follow. Implication one is that a system that seems neutral, that is linking closely monthly pension benefits with past contribution, think of a pure DC system, whether funded or notional, is in fact regressive because of this. Implication two is that a common retirement age for all may ignore this problem. And I say may again, I'll come back. So how to deal with it? first is that this regressive effect of inequality in life expectancy on the distribution of pension is well established, but the policy response is complex. And as Ole also said, the gender dimension adds further serious complication. The logical answer would be to ensure that disadvantaged groups with low life expectancy can retire earlier, right? Ideally, we would like to differentiate retirement ages across some characteristics that correspond to the causes, characteristics that are exogenous and do not have bad incentives in terms of behaviors, such as those related to individual health risks. For example, we know smoking negatively affects life expectancy and may be correlated to socioeconomic factors. But it would be weird to allow smokers to retire earlier just because they smoke, right? We also typically want to encourage high education because a highly educated population benefits the overall society, but it may be weird to reduce returns on education by allowing low-educated people to retire earlier. Easy group to target are genders, but this complicates the issue even further because women face low earning, they have low pensions, but they have longer life expectancy. And sometimes for good reasons, due, for example, to healthier lifestyle, although we know this is less the case nowadays, right? They start to smoke and drink. And so in fact, when accounting for the gender dimension, it is not even obvious that differences in life expectancy across groups generate overall a regressive effect. Because again, a big share of the population, women, have low earnings, low pension, but they receive benefits for longer periods. Moreover, from a different angle, some schemes are meant to deal with health risks, such as disability pensions, or at least they are supposed to do so, such as pension schemes covering hazardous and arduous work. Actually, it may be argued that health policies and disability pensions are the best instruments to deal with health risks that are extreme enough to shorten life expectancy, not pension policies. Also, in the past, we have seen that specific retirement age rules applying to some sectors or occupations that are supposed to face tougher working conditions have typically been poorly targeted. It's also the case, like in some countries, there are specific rules for workers who started earlier, low income, low educated, they start their career early. If they have long careers, they can retire earlier without penalty. But it has been shown that these schemes are also mistargeting people with low life expectancy because if they have the selection effect, if they've been able to have these long careers, full careers, they are in good health, actually, and with relatively long life expectancy. So we may still want to reward them, but not because lower life expectancy. So, yes, in any case, yes, sorry, excuse me, I'm getting lost here. Yeah. So these deep difficulties to differentiate retirement ages, that's the big message. They strengthen the case for redistributive pension instruments, such as flat rate benefits, other measures generating basically higher replacement rate for low-income workers. And in any case, a progressive pension formula can be combined with flexible retirement age. And what I mean by that is the possibility to retire a few years earlier, so before the statutory retirement age, with, for example, some actuarial adjustment. And this can generate, for instance, the possibility for low-income workers to retire a few years earlier, but with similar replacement rates. So I take this example. Assume replacement rate to workers with low income is 70%, while it is 60%, say, for average wage workers. It's a progressive benefit formula. So you have basically a 10 percentage point, that's about 15% difference. But you also allow people to retire 3 years earlier with some penalty. So for example, the low-income group can retire now instead of 70%, they can retire at 60% of replacement rate, but 3 years earlier. So they will have the same replacement rate as average wage worker at the statutory retirement age, but they can retire earlier. That's one mechanism that can help to address this issue. So I will now show that accounting for socioeconomic differences in life expectancy in the design of the policy response gains raises actually a very different question than this. So first, increasing the retirement age penalizes, so imagine you have a reform, you decide to increase the retirement age, it penalizes more individuals from disadvantaged backgrounds because this increase, think of 1 year, represents a higher share of their remaining life expectancy, right? So there is an additional regressive effect, but it is mild. Again, illustration, you have 17-20, the example before, you increase the retirement age by 1 year, so the remaining life expectancy moves to 16 for low-educated and to 19 for high-educated. And this regressive effect, which was 15%, moves to 15.8%. So yes, additional regressive effect, but it's fairly small. But let's now, and this is the key, move from the static to the dynamic view. We need to put the call for raising the retirement age in its general context. The general context is dynamic. It's typically one which is meant to respond to longevity increases. What happens first is there is a life expectancy gain. So in that case, again, the life expectancy gains means it is progressive because it means that instead of 17 and 20, due to gains, we are moving to 18 for low-educated and 21 for high-educated. And the regressive effect, in fact, moves from 15% to 14.3%. The same logic, this 1 year gain in life expectancy, if broadly shared, and we'll get back to that, is progressive. And it's now, when moving to basically to link the retirement age, so increasing the retirement age after the longevity gains to accompany these gains, we move back to 15%, right? So it's not regressive anymore. Raising the retirement age to accompany longevity gains is neutral in that sense. This means that the call to differentiate retirement age may remain equally valid, not less, not more. What is key to deal with increases in longevity, the dynamic part, is how inequality in life expectancy changes over time. That's what is key. And the policy response to longevity gains may be questioned if inequality in life expectancy were to gradually increase. That would make it very difficult indeed to identify the retirement age response. And we are back then to evidence. We have extensively at the OECD reviewed evidence about changes in life expectancy. And I was quite impressed by the paper by Martin yesterday on Sweden, or because of the stock results. What we've seen is there has been a clear upward trend in life expectancy inequality in the United States, but the US is an outlier. In Europe, it depends on the measures, it depends on the study, it's not robust. Overall, Sweden, then we will add, of course, your study in our database. We have more than 80 studies. What is clear is, I looked briefly in your work since yesterday, and you focus on life expectancy at age 40, and we know many things happen during labor market age. When we stick to past 65, it's much less clear. For example, in the US, one reason of the outlier is the opioid crisis, which typically happens during the labor market age. So to finish, let's recap. Life expectancy Inequality suggests that differentiating retirement age by socioeconomic groups may be a first best theoretical response, but there are serious practical difficulties, again, consistent with what Ole said. The second best is to turn to income redistributive instruments combined with some flexibility in the age of retiring. And guess what? Many countries actually have such a combination. Whether or not to explicitly deal with inequality in life expectancy, but low earners have a higher replacement rate in most OECD countries than high earners. So you have the chart for a selected number of countries, and you see the OECD average, for example, for low earners. We have 66% of replacement rate. We have 42% for high earners. This is people with full career, so we have to be careful. But when we take career breaks, so we have some here extreme career breaks, people start 5 years earlier, and they break for 10 years, and that's the impact on their pension. So if you break for 15 years, that's about a third of your career that is gone. So you can see that in Germany, basically there is, in that case, very limited, there is no protection, but on the OECD, about 1/3 of the career break for this extreme case is taken into account. And you can see if you distinguish the bar, which is average wage, and the dot, which is low earners, that the break is more amortized for low earners than for high earners. So there is this combination. So I'm told to stop, which I think I do here. So yes, most OECD countries also allow for early retirement with penalty a few years earlier. So we have this combination of redistributive instruments and some flexibility, which might help addressing this issue. So here you have the recap, but I don't need to go through this again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hervé. Now we have Gregorio De Felice from Intesa Sanpaolo.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to start with some figures regarding the Italian case, some figures on the demographic trends in the country, the possible impact of an aging population, and finally trying to figure out whether technological progress and AI can, to some extent, offset the current trends in terms of increase in productivity and more GDP growth. So some figures, unfortunately, I do not have charts, so this is just to attract your attention much more. Some figures regarding Italy. First one is last year, only 355,000 children were born in our country, and this is the lowest number since the Italian unification in 1861, and minus 40% versus 2008. Second, the Italian Statistic Office foresees a huge decrease of the Italian population from the current 59 million to around 45 million in 2080. By 2050, which seems very long in the time, but is the day after tomorrow, more or less, 35% of Italians will be over 85. The working age population will fall by around 10 percentage points to just 54.3%. And this was already pointed out previously, we expect a household composition shifting in the sense that couples with children, one children more essentially, will account for 20% of households, while single-person households I don't remember men or female, will rise to over 40%. The macroeconomic impact, it's clear that an aging population may affect economic growth. And what we are trying to understand is to what extent technological progress, as more specifically AI, might offer a solution. Why a decrease from longevity and population aging can have an impact on growth? Because when the working age population declines, the labor supply, all other things being equal, shrinks. And this inevitably, without any doubts, slows the growth of employment and potential growth. On top of that, an aging population is also changing the composition of consumption, so less durable goods, less cars, less, I don't know, furniture, whatever, but more demand for services such as related to health, personal care, cosmetics, for example, tourism and well-being. What is really important in a country with a huge public debt to GDP ratio is that an aging population has an impact on public spending, pensions, healthcare, social care, and so on. But a positive thing, in Italy we have a sort of, we have a lot of people who do not work nowadays. I'm referring to the low level of female participation in the labor market. I'm referring to the high proportion of needs in the country. There is an improvement from both sides, but for example, regarding the needs, we are last but one in the European Union. Only Romania continues to have the highest proportion. Italian women's, there is a slight improvement. The Italian women's participation, an improvement up to 60.8%, but well below the EU average, which is above 73%. So this can be a vital pool of human capital. Engaging them not only means to have a more inclusion and cohesion, but also means supporting growth, productivity, and the capacity for innovation. But of course, I can anticipate a question from you, whether there aren't opportunities to create jobs for needs and female working people. It's difficult to engage this mitigating effect. Innovation. Many analysis points out the link between aging and innovation capacity. Where in the societies with a higher average age, there is less propension to take risks, entrepreneurships, and the adoption of new technology. And this can be a cause for concern, especially in a very, very competitive world where China, for example, has increased hugely its expenditure in R&D. Nowadays, Chinese patent applications are equal to a fourth of the global total. And the most dynamic countries in the world build not only the single patent, but a sort of ecosystem in which universities, businesses, financial capital, digital infrastructure, and public policy work together in a very integrated manner. Europe very good as far as scientific and industrial base, but Europe, I can say, struggles in transforming all of these ideas, patents, and so on into innovative businesses. These considerations lead to the issue of productivity. So if the labor force is growing only slightly or even is shrinking, growth requires producing more value for every hour worked, so an increase in productivity. And this is also true for other reasons. For example, the equilibrium of public debt to GDP ratio, not only in Italy, but all over the world. It's the first time public debt to GDP reached 100% at global level. To preserve sustainability, you need to grow much more, faster than currently is. So the question I introduced is whether artificial intelligence can be relevant or not to increase productivity, to increase growth, and so on, so to offset this kind of weakness we are already experiencing. As occurs for many innovations, such as the internet, such as PC and ICT and other things, the innovation is neither immediate nor linear and depends on a lot of things. The adoption of AI is much more advanced in the States and in China than in Europe, where Europe has very, very fragmented figures. In Europe, some countries, particularly the Nordic ones, are further ahead. Others, including Italy, are lagging behind. And the reasons are well known. It's an issue of skills, digital infrastructure, and to some extent, managerial culture, which imply a very cautious approach regarding technological change. This doesn't mean that Italy is destined to become poorer and poorer, but as in many other episodes of the Italian history, Italy showed to be very reactive many times at the very last moment. This is not the case for the World Cup in these days, but okay, let me speak of a more serious thing. So, in other words, we need a qualitative jump, a qualitative leap to offset this trend. Italy show a lag in the adoption of AI in the corporates and even among young people, which is particularly strange, but it's a fact that it's an issue of not only of generational problems, but there is an issue of digital literacy. I use these words, which is very familiar with Elsa, which speaks very often about financial literacy, educational literacy, and so on. So we introduce a new literacy, digital one. The gap extends also to the structure of the skills available within the productive sector. We have that high proportion of needs, but at the same time, a huge mismatch between what corporates are asking for to hire people in their business and what the educational system nowadays offer. Coming back to AI, many people are scared about the possibility that AI can destroy, can have a negative impact on the labor market, reducing the opportunities for workers. To me, the problem is much more complex because AI tends to transform tasks rather than eliminate entire professions. There is an interesting survey of the Federal Reserve of Richmond, which says that the main purpose why US companies are adopting AI is not for reducing the number of employees, is to have much more efficiency with the same number of employees. More efficiency, lower cost, and so on. But also from this point of view, the title of our conference starts with the word inequalities. AI can have inequality, can provoke inequalities, because if you do not have sufficient training, if you not have, so the right to education we usually have for schools, university, and so on, we should have the right to well using AI in among not only, this is not only for Italy, but is everywhere. And the last topic is human capital. I guess that I believe that to have the maximum impact of AI, you not only need to have specialists in AI, but you need the people able to build a bridge between what AI can provide you or provide the company and the organization of the company. So not only specialists, most workers will need, as I said, widespread AI literacy, but also working on, as far as, how can I say, administrative, legal, commercial, technical workers, that they have to adopt AI, and so not only technicians, very expert in software and so on. So training cannot be viewed as a one-off initiative. We talk very often about continuous learning. And in this current world, much more competitive than in the past, this is mandatory, absolutely. Training is key to transforming technological innovation into productivity, inclusion, and sustainability. For a company, it's not enough purchasing software or adopt an AI solution. The company must have people capable of understanding where to apply it, what data is required, what risks need to be managed, how processes will change, and what results can realistically be expected. In absence of all of this, AI risks of remaining just an isolated investment, sometimes with an improvement at a micro level, but never at a macro level. I don't remember the economist who said, I see a computer everywhere, but I don't see any improvement in productivity. Right, thank you. It was a test for your attention. Thank you. I skip about hybrid skills, but you know, it's fundamental to have both kind of skills, technological and also human, from a human point of view. So the key takeaway is that technology can help to increase potential growth, but it's a human capital that transforms this potential into tangible progress. I've just 2 minutes, so just to conclude with 4 points. So first, we said the aging population is a threat for GDP growth, inclusion, sustainability. Italy can mitigate this trend, improving female participation to the labor market as far as reducing the percentage of needs, and I forgot to speak about working for a better management of migration. Third point, technological progress and AI can allow an improvement in growth through a substantial increase in productivity, but nothing we can take for granted. So all the conditions we talk about are significant. And finally, human capital is really key to transform all the potentialities of AI in concrete progress in terms of productivity and GDP growth. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gregorio. Now we have Mirko Sartori from the Assicurazioni Generali.
Thanks, and good morning again, everyone. Thanks, first of all, for inviting. It's actually a privilege, to be representing Generali here and to participate to this dialogue. I've taken a look at the leaflet here, the orange one, and I think we cover pretty much every keyword. It's actually put here. Maybe one is the fact that sometimes this challenge is underestimated, and is sometimes also true in the insurance world. Sometimes it's much easier to talk about like earthquakes, for us at least as technicians, like floods and hurricanes and so on. Longevity is a kind of a trend risk that potentially, is even more risky. But sometimes we are distracted by, shocks rather than trend risks. I see the attention is, picking up also in the insurance industry. We are literally increasing the level of attention. And here I will try to drive you through some numbers first, globally, and then come up with, what the insurance industry see as a kind of an opportunity, and also how Generali is actually placed in the marketplace. Sorry, can you give me the pointer? Thank you. Thank you. So I will not spoil actually the contents, but I will drive you through some numbers first. Without repeating what has been already said, in terms of demographic changes, it's not really about, how, longevity is really increasing. Yes, that's the matter, but it's also how it is composed in terms of clusters of populations, in terms of types and segments of population, in terms of age, gender, income, as all the drivers we have seen in these 2 days. Globally, we are talking about, in 2030, an estimate of 8.5 billion global populations in the world, which is going to be roughly a little bit more than 10 billion in 2080. But it's unevenly, distributed geographically, especially. So that's the issue. We know about life expectancy. Here we're reporting 81 years, globally as expected life expectancy in OECD countries. Of course, it depends by geography and so on. But another aspect is migration impact. In 2024, we are talking about an overall number of more than 300 million migrants in the world. And it's, of course, picking up and is higher now. If you take, a closer look in terms of evolution, also expected in 2050, as also Gregorio was mentioning for Italy, I think here we are speaking about 16% of the overall population in 2050 will be over 65. Currently, we are around, 10% roughly. So it's actually quite an evident, evolution in terms of, at least expected estimates here from the the United Nations. And of course, this poses challenges in terms of sustainability and diversification. I mean, also of the, proposition that from insurance industry we want to put forward to our different, segments of clients. And taking a closer look geographically, what does it mean, especially for Europe and North America? Of course, starting from a percentage of people above 65, which is still and already, the highest in the world in 2019, but just keeping the pace and be the first again in 2050, roughly 20-25%. But also Southeast Asia especially, and also Eastern Asia, is actually picking up more steeply, if you see, and very much, getting very close to the European levels. And by chance, these are the two regions where Generali is most focused. Yes, it's true, we have Latin America presence, we have some, propositions of our services, especially in US, but most of the volumes is actually lying in Europe and Eastern Europe, and where the growth engine is really for us is Asia. On top of that, fertility rate is literally crashing globally, but especially if you take a snapshot of, especially here, Western Europe and Southeast Asia, we are really going, from 2000 to, from 2010 through to 2023, down 19% for Western Europe and 16% for Southeast Asia. We mentioned migration. Here we are showing the total population expectations, the total population globally until 2024, and the percentage of migrants that is literally increasing. We are reaching 3.7% in 2024. And this poses, a couple of challenges, at least two challenges we are trying also to tackle from an insurance industry. One is, how are we sort of welcoming migrants in, destination countries like in Europe? Because many times, of course, they don't have like the wealth, to pay proper insurance coverage. But also, and most importantly, they are living in their own home countries, families, and they send, pretty substantial cash remittance to the home families in the home countries, and themselves as well, they don't have proper insurance coverages, and we're talking about, of course, emerging markets. If you think about currently the estimations about the total cash remittance from developed countries to emerging countries for this reason is around about $700 billion. So it's a huge amount of cash remittance that is going there, and it is attracting even more attention in the insurance industry. I will tell you a bit more later on. Life expectancy, of course, we know that. Here we are focusing on Italy, France, Germany, and US, but also the difference when you show it in terms of number of years with the health span is actually pretty significant. We are around about 11 years difference with respect to the life or longevity span. This has to be on top of this combined with the wealth span, because it's, you know, the period of your life where you are building your wealth, which is, you know, reaching 63 years on average globally. So it's a kind of a challenge where now the needs of customers that we see, and in general the population, is actually changing a lot. There were also earlier this morning, some references to how insurance industry should tackle that, and I will tell you a bit more later on. Here, just on the right, just a couple of references to a couple of very relevant numbers. So if you take into account the pension expenditures, public versus private, the public ones has been increasing from 2010 to 2022 only 5%, while the private ones has been picking up by 14%. So it's literally an imbalance that is increasing over time, and that is actually, bringing more, burden to the private population as well, and also a flash on, medical expenses, especially on health, the out-of-pocket expenses. So that is the expenses that really population is taking on their own shoulders, is actually increasing from, again, 2010 to 2023 by 15%. So really huge, and this is a first indication of the protection gaps I will make reference to. So all in all, we are talking about, if you focus on the health part of a protection gap, which is very close to $900 billion globally, of which 130 billion is in Western Europe. If you move down to the pension, bottom left, the pension gap is actually already at $1 trillion in 2022. And on the right-hand side, maybe it's not really visible, but we've been reporting some initiatives that insurance industry is taking in various ways and forms, but especially the biggest like Allianz, AXA and Zurich, they are trying to tackle also the emerging needs from the emerging markets, so the developing countries. And in most of the times, like in the case of AXA with AXA Essential, as a separate entity, they are trying to tackle what they call the, emerging consumers. So we have each one a different definition, but I think the meaning is trying to be closer to the segments of population that really need help in this environment. In terms of product proposition from an insurance perspective, here we focused and we clustered a bit how insurance industry is moving. So from the left side, like on the health part, there is more and more, proposition for funeral expenses, and especially Spain is a pretty active market on that. There's reference to inflation protection. Inflation for health business from our industry, for Generali also, is actually a great challenge, because here we are making reference to the real specific inflation for health expenditures or medical expenses, which is typically now especially higher than the consumer pricing index or the CPI normal indexes. So it's a kind of a risk we are taking duly into account. In terms of health proposition, critical illness, for example, or in general disabilities, is something that we are trying to tackle with offers, standalone, and especially in China, critical illness is actually a very, very big market. Regulator is actually imposing strict, constraints, but it's a big market, and I want you to give that example. Annuities, we usually split between pension annuities or pension products and like pension or annuities optionalities in saving products. like typical saving products that can be converted into annuities. In this latter case, the conversion to annuities is actually very, very low. We are very close to 0% or single digit, low single digit, depending on geography. In the pension annuity side, it's actually a pension native product, so the take-up rate of annuities at the retirement age is much higher, and according to, this is a figure from our own portfolio, is approaching 20%. So 80% in any case is taking lump sum, and it's a matter of perception, it's a matter of maybe trust also in the insurance industry, and it's a matter of also of education that also Gregorio mentioned that is very, very relevant also from an insurance perspective. Care, long-term care has been mentioned. We are more and more attaching riders, so additional guarantees to existing products to provide long-term care assistance, and this is developing. And then wellness and home, it's more on the space of, if you like, services that we add to the main products in terms to be closer and incentivize also wellness behaviors and assistance at home that can be pretty valuable in this environment. How Generali is preparing, so I would guess pretty much the groups of 75 million customers around the globe, but we're reaching 100 billion premiums globally. Well, what it matters more is actually we are serving a pretty global community. We're not present in Africa, but in US we are like especially in the services, as I mentioned, very pretty much growing. But if we focus on the lines of business we are referring to, like protection, so we mean protecting the life of the people, health in terms of especially medical expenses or income protection in case of loss of occupation, for example, or accident, which is the Italian name is infortuni, so the accident. So globally now this piece, of the cake is growing pretty significantly, and we are reaching 22%. This is year-end 25 numbers. 22% of the overall premium, which is pretty significant. It used to be pretty much lower in the past, but what we're trying to do is actually to grow, especially in the health. We are actually pushing a lot. So one of the initiatives that globally we have been taking off in line with our strategy is actually to create the competence internally, first of all, to understand the demographic shifts, and then to sort of transfer what we learn and what we know into the pricing, into the reserving, into our typical job on a daily basis. We do it with two pillars. One is sustainability strategy, meaning being present in discussion tables like this one, and trying to gather and establish partnerships and act as a think tank also within the group and with our business units around the globe. Second pillar is more on the business side, being an accelerator of the business itself. And I think here on the bottom right part, we are focusing more on what we call it product features or technical basis. So I'm referring to like technical assumptions of like the interest rate we mentioned with the Sweden friends earlier this morning, trying to see if they are still adequate to this current development. Second, to provide risk transfer support. So we may want to retain all of the risks we embark through our policies, but we may want also to reinsure, to cede some of this risk out to other players. And there is a market for longevity. There is, it was originally born from US and UK especially, but it's picking up also in the Netherlands as well, but it's trying to pick up also in the continental European countries. And also we are trying to establish partnerships with academia. We have a partnership with Bocconi and one with MIB in Trieste, where we are working on these technical, especially aspects of technical assumptions. In terms to close, how we are trying to tackle, especially probably the most delicate segments, which is the emerging needs, so the clients that we may want to attract from emerging countries. We have like three kinds of different cooperations. One, we have a partnership with the development program of the United Nations, where we are especially working in Southeast Asia on prevention programs. Especially last year in Thailand, we have been working on an air pollution program, prevention program for employees working in SMEs, where we share the tool to estimate also the risk they are running, especially they are working outside, and to suggest any prevention measures to take care of their own health. In the middle, Insurance Development Forum is actually a gathering of also insurance players, insurance and reinsurance players, private and public also institutions to work together in a public-private partnership way. And one example is that we are trying to see how to work on the cash remittance for migrants I mentioned before, so trying to attach a kind of a very low premium protection to the cash remittance that is going to the home countries of migrants reaching developed countries. And third, but not least, is actually a specific initiatives we are working also with CDP in Italy and with UNIDO, so another agency of the United Nations. Along the lines of the Piano Mattei in Italy, we are trying to analyze, especially in Africa, I mean Uganda and Tanzania at the beginning, trying to put focus on how we can assist, especially small and medium farmers, to make sure we are providing insurance protection through the overall value chain of the coffee in this case. It's a pretty difficult and long project, and we have been launching last year, and focus in this case, but also in other cases, is to provide some parametric protection, so linked to objective kind of parameters outside without any subjectivity, elements into it. So that's pretty much what I wanted to show. Happy to take your questions following.
Thank you, Mirko. Now we have David Pincus from Collier Pensions in London. Please, David.
Thank you very much, Daniele, and thank you very much for having me here, for the invitation. I think we all agree it's been a beautiful conference so far, and I've learned a lot over the past 1.5 days. Could we just go to the first slide, please? To the cover slide? No, you need to go to the beginning. This is the middle. So anyway, I can start talking. Yeah, maybe to give you a little bit of background where this presentation is coming from. The Collier Pensions Institute is a relatively young initiative. We're part of a foundation based in the UK, and we are pension action tank. So we aim to bring together research and produce research on pensions, but always with the goal of then working together with governments, pension supervisors, pension regulators, the industry, and researchers to create new pension policy to work on pilot schemes that expand pension coverage around the world. And this is really the mission of the Institute. It's to expand pension coverage. And the reason why we believe this is important is because, as we have just heard, and as you know, people are aging everywhere. So pensions are becoming more and more important in people's lives, but also we believe that well-designed pension systems can become a powerful tool for economic development and economic growth. And today I will talk about inequalities in pension coverage in emerging markets and developing economies. So your last slide was actually a very good transition and setup for this with the very interesting partnerships you've outlined in Africa and Asia. And so I will set the scene by talking about aging as a global phenomenon, and then take you through very quickly some of the insights of a recent paper that we have published called How Incentives Can Boost Pensions for Informal Sector Workers, and then draw some conclusions. So let me dive right in. So clearly Mirko and I had a similar idea to introduce the topic. Here you see again the share of people aged 65 since 2004 until 2070, but not by region this time, but by country income group. And as you can see, the distribution of elderly across the world is really changing and will significantly change over the next few decades, with especially more and more elderly living in lower middle income countries and a decreasing share of the elderly in what are today high income countries. And you also see that low income countries, it stays quite low, but it's actually picking up quite a bit starting in a few decades, starting around 2040. So aging is really a global phenomenon. You can also look at it through longevity. And here you see the growth trends. I rebased the values for each country group to their 2000 value. And as you can see, again, the growth this is longevity at 55, and the growth is fastest in middle income countries. So longevity is really also a subject that this country group needs to address, and I think that deserves more research and more attention. So even though you have these demographic trends that are quite fast and quite strong in middle-income countries and in low-income countries, pension coverage today remains highly unequal. On the left side here, you see pension coverage as a measure of people above the statutory retirement age receiving a pension, any kind of pension. So this can be old age pension, can be tax finance, contributory. And as you can see, in high-income countries, it's extremely high. Also in upper middle-income countries, as soon as you get to lower middle-income countries, the numbers fall off a cliff, with only about 48% in total receiving a pension in lower middle-income countries and around 13% in low-income countries. And you can also see that there's a very strong gender difference in lower middle-income countries and low-income countries, with only around 55% of men receiving a pension, but if you go to women, it becomes even less at 41%. So there's a strong inequality here in these two country groups. Looking at it from the contributor side, so here you have active contributors to a pension as percentage of the labor force in the country groups, and you see a similar pattern. Very high in high-income countries, I would say still high in upper middle-income countries, and then lower middle-income countries and low-income countries, the numbers really fall off a cliff, and again, you have a very strong gender bias, gender lens here. So why is that? Why is pension coverage so unequal and so much lower in lower middle and low-income countries? Well, at this point, so one main reason behind this difference is informality. At this point, in similar presentations, I usually forget to define informality. So this time I did put it on a slide. And we use the definition from the International Labour Organization that informal work is any activity of persons to produce goods or provide services for pay or profit that is in law or in practice not covered by formal arrangements such as commercial laws, procedures to report economic activities, income taxation, etc., etc. And on the right, you have a figure from a recent paper from the Asian Development Bank showing a relationship between the percentage of the population that contributes to a pension scheme and informality in the national labor market. And as you can see, there's clearly a negative relationship across these countries that are all from the region, from the Asian Development Bank. So there is a strong link between pension coverage and informality. Now, is informality actually a big issue globally? It turns out it really is. Here you see informality by gender, again, in these four income groups and on the world average. And I think this graph is really striking because first of all, actually, it tells us that most of the work in the world is informal. Around 60% of total work is carried out in an informal way. And for upper middle income countries, it's around the world average. For both genders, there is a gender difference. But then if you go to lower middle and low income countries, it really becomes clear that informality is the main way that people work. It's the dominating group in the labor markets. And you again have a very strong gender difference here, with more females working informally than males in both of these country groups, which is not necessarily true for high income and upper middle income countries. But so it really, I think here becomes apparent that pension systems and social security more widely needs to be set up to address the needs of informal workers, and need to be set up in the context of high informality. Because something else that this graph tells us is that informality is very persistent. There have been initiatives, many different strategies to try to bring informality down. There's a few countries that have been more successful, but on average, it has been very, very difficult. And economists, I think, haven't really figured out how to bring informality down. And given the demographic trends, waiting for informality to go down to set up pension systems, I think is a very risky strategy. So pension systems need to respond to the fact that informality is a core part of the labor markets in many countries and many regions of the world. This brings me to the challenges for pensions in low and middle income countries. And I just quickly want to outline them because they are very different. A lot of them are very different to the challenges that we have for pension systems in high income countries, and some of the challenges we have heard at this conference. So on the labor market side, you have widespread informality. I already talked about that. But you also have irregular incomes. People don't necessarily earn every week, every month. There might be seasonal workers. They might earn for parts of the year. So pension systems also need to be flexible in that regard, flexible in receiving contributions. On the side of the enabling conditions beyond the labor markets, of course, limited social security in general is a major problem. It's not only pension coverage that is limited, because it reduces the protection of people against shocks, against short-term and middle-term shocks. And this makes it difficult for people to concentrate on long-term risks, which is longevity. So for example, protection against health shocks is much lower, against financial shocks, against, of course, periods of violence. So there is more need for short-term financial buffers. And there are some strategies that have combined short-term savings mechanisms and long-term savings mechanisms. Of course, a larger part of the population has a limited ability to save. But again, if you think that 90% in some countries such as Nigeria, 92% of people that are working work informally, it doesn't mean that 92% of people working in the country cannot save. There is a substantial part of the informal worker population in most countries that has some capacity to save. Another challenge are inequality in financial inclusion and financial literacy. You already heard about financial literacy this morning. Of course, financial literacy is also an issue in low and middle income countries. Financial inclusion is something that has been changing, actually, with, for example, widespread use of mobile money. And the digital inclusion combined with the financial inclusion in Africa, Latin America, and Asia has really opened the door for new tools to be used to expand social security and pension coverage. And it's a very exciting field, and you can come up with very creative and a lot of ideas. Fortunately, I don't have the time to walk you through a lot today. But this is really something that has changed the game in terms of potential pension coverage. And then there is a huge underlying enabling conditions, which is trust in institutions, which is important in every single country. Of course, when you talk about long-term savings, who manages the long-term savings? Who are people entrusting their hard-earned savings to? This is a very, very important question. And it's extremely important that the institutions involved in any pension scheme are those trusted by the population. So you need to be very careful there. And let me finish with a set of operational challenges. So these relate again to informality. Because most informal workers don't have an employer in that sense, they don't have pay slips, and they don't have a contract in that sense. Now, if you think about how pension schemes work in high-income countries, a lot of it goes through the employer, a lot of it goes through the tax system, a lot of it goes through pay slips. You know, the monthly contributions are deducted from your monthly pay. The employer needs to transfer them. In the UK, it's the responsibility of the employer to enroll you in an occupational pension scheme. All of these things don't really work if you don't have an employer. So from a purely operational point of view, you need to be creative here. And then there is also limited capacity for governments to enforce social security or pension regulation. And that is why in the definition of the ILO of informality, it says legally or in practice. Because in practice and legal are very, very different if, for example, your capacity to collect taxes as a government is low or lower than in many high-income countries. So you have to deal with all of these things. It's not only a design question, what kind of theoretical pension systems can work, it's also about how will you implement it, given all these challenges. So our overall conclusion is that pension systems for informal sector workers need to respond to their specific needs. Okay, this brings me to some highlights from the paper. So this is a paper called How Incentives Can Boost Pensions for Informal Sector Workers, which is a collaboration between the Collar Pensions Institute and the 3P Global. And the core gap we try to address here is how to expand pension coverage when the traditional employer-employee relationship is not in place. So again, no contracts, no pay slips. And the way we have chosen to address this question is by reviewing pension schemes in 11 countries that have been either specifically targeted at informal sector workers or that are open for informal sector workers in countries with high informality. And as you can see, we have some geographical diversity here, and I'll just walk you through some of the highlights. First, the main takeaways. So very broadly, and I'm happy to continue the discussion afterwards, one crucial takeaway we have from this research is that in terms of financial incentives for pensions, governments need to shift beyond tax relief. We have seen that schemes that mostly rely on tax relief don't really experience any kind of significant take-up. And that also makes sense in a way that most informal workers do not pay income tax or very little income tax. So the proposition of please lock away your money for 30 to 40 years in exchange for some tax rebate is not really attractive if you don't pay a lot of tax. So that's why you need to get more creative on financial incentives. And there's a lot of literature, as many of you know, on the effect of taxes in pensions in high-income countries. And these are very important findings, but they all kind of rest on the basis that you can mandate people to contribute to this system and that people pay taxes. Then tax incentives become, also for voluntary pensions, become interesting. But if that first stage goes away, it's a very different conversation. And I will walk you through examples for matching contributions, bundled insurance, and what we call second-generation auto-enrollment. The second big takeaway is that institutions matter a lot. Trust, regulation, targeting specific groups wherever possible, and also the institutions managing the payment infrastructure are extremely important. You need to think about who should be involved, again, from the lens of the population you want to expand pensions to. Innovation is necessary. I already touched upon this. Leveraging the increasing uses of digital ID across especially low-income countries, making payments as easy as possible, making signing up to voluntary schemes as easy as possible, present very important opportunities. And then, very important that there's no single silver bullet. Every country is different, every population that you will target is different. You need to start by understanding what are the needs of this population, what are the enabling conditions, what are the building blocks you can leverage. Okay, this brings me to 3 examples. The first one is matching contributions. So in the paper we have interesting examples here from Malaysia and Turkey. Here I'm only showing 2 schemes in Malaysia. So on the left you have of accounts opened that when they increase the match from 5% of the contribution of the worker to 15%, you start seeing some take-up. And then there were some more reforms on changing the limit of the co-contribution that have really led to an increasing take-up of this scheme. So this is not a randomized controlled trial. This is observation from the country. There is an emerging literature on pension participation in low and middle income countries, and in the paper we discuss it, as well as the literature in high income countries. And the second scheme I want to highlight in Malaysia is one that is specifically targeted at women in low income households, where there's actually a 50% match from the government, and other people can also contribute to the account of someone. And this is very interesting because it shows that if the digital infrastructure, the government data, digital ID is available in the country, and you can reliably identify people that belong to an underserved group, such as in this case women in low-income households, you can really concentrate the subsidies on certain groups. The second example is second-generation auto-enrollment. So auto-enrollment, normal auto-enrollment, first-generation auto-enrollment are schemes where, because you start working, you are automatically signed up to an occupational pension. This was, for example, rolled out in the UK on a large scale in 2012. You can say that you don't want to participate, so there is an opt-out, but most people do not do it. Most people just stick with the default. And that has, in the UK, for example, and in other countries, led to a very strong take-up in occupational pensions. And here, what we call second-generation auto-enrollment is auto-enrollment in cases where there is no employer. So you need to look for another entity that can take on this role of the employer, signing up people to a pension scheme. And there's two examples in the paper. One is from Kenya, where participants in a youth empowerment program, NYOTA, which has nothing to do with pensions at the beginning, which is more of a labor market program, are automatically enrolled in one of the informal sector pension schemes in the country, and matching contributions are also financed through the program. And another one is Ghana. This is a very new scheme from the Ghana Cocoa Board. That is the monopsony institution for the cocoa market in the country. So farmers basically bring the produce to the cocoa board sells the produce, bundles the produce and sells it, and does the negotiation, and then the money gets dispersed to the farmers. And they have just started an auto-enrollment scheme where 5% of the revenue is put into a worker's long-term savings account with a 1% match on top from the Cocoa Farmer Board. It's a bit early to say if this scheme has worked or not, because it only started last year, but it's a very interesting illustration, and I think a very good innovation of showcasing, in some instances, for parts of the informal worker population, auto-enrollment might be a viable strategy. I'll just finish quickly with the last example, which is from Rwanda, which is an example of bundling pensions with other financial products, such as insurance. So this scheme was started in 2018, and it offered free incentives, matching contributions, but also funeral insurance and life insurance. And these benefits were unlocked if people saved a minimum amount per year. And this is very interesting because actually funeral expenses in Rwanda are a major factor in people's financial worries. And this scheme has achieved wide-scale take-up. If you look at the number of accounts open represent among around 75% of those employed in Rwanda, and we are currently working on gathering data on actually how often do people contribute to these accounts. So this is then the number of account opens tells you about coverage, but it doesn't tell you about future adequacy. How often do people actually save, and how much does a single individual save? So that's the work to be done here. This brings me to conclusions, which I will just leave here on the slide. I think one thing I want to highlight just very quickly that I didn't talk so much about is that, I think our work really highlights that expanding pension coverage in emerging and developing economies needs bespoke and innovative solutions, and that taking things that have worked in high-income countries is not enough, because they rely on assumptions that are often simply not true in a lot of other parts of the world. Thank you very much.
So thank you, David. So last speaker is Fornero, former minister, and formerly at the University of Turin, but still
Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very glad. I can see from your faces that you are very tired. I'm also very tired. So I will start with an anecdote, then some motivation for my talk, and some, let's say, key messages which you may share or not. And if you share, I proceed, otherwise I will stop with this. Okay, the anecdote. I was referring once, I was at a meeting among economists, I said, you know, with my age, and a colleague, you know very well, Agar, a colleague said, oh, don't say age, say seniority. But another one said, don't say seniority, say experience. And so I reflected, I have both age, seniority, and experience. So I enjoy longevity. Motivations for this talk. Well, when I gave the title to Daniele, I thought this might be a bit not new, but somehow broader, because I know that among economists is normal to have specific papers, specific talks on specific points. So I said, well, these are my ideas about welfare. And so my main, my point is not a research paper, but a series of reflections drawing both on my academic research and on my experience as Italy's Minister of Labor and Social Policies in what was called a technocratic government, responsible for both a pension and a labor market reform. The objective of the paper, as I said, is to broaden the perspective beyond the conventional policy recommendation. I have also ended papers writing from this analysis. We get this policy recommendation, but policy recommendations are too little for those who have to decide. And I would like to ask how reforms interpreted as social investment, and on this I really want to stress, interact with political institutions, social attitudes, and public opinion, and ultimately how and when they can generate the beneficial effects that motivated them in the first place. So it's broader. Why is this? Why I do want this broader approach? Because we need to go in this direction as a European Union. So also in your recommendation, you should go beyond saying you need to do pension reform, you need to do labor market reform, but to try at least twice a year to have this broader perspective and putting the reforms together. When you have studied them, you have to put them together. My points are these. Most people move through stages. Dependency, when you are a child, adolescent, productivity and autonomy, economic autonomy, and renewed dependency. This is our life course. What I want to stress is that the life course is not just a sequence of ages, but it is a cumulative process in which advantages and disadvantages acquired in infancy and early childhood shape capabilities, opportunities, health, and well-being throughout the entire life. Somebody yesterday said, maybe I don't know whether it's your colleague, but somebody said that there are opinions against, let's say, the returns of education in terms of success in the labor market, wage, and so on. I can't believe this. It can happen, we know that everything can happen, but normally we are shaped as adults from what we had as a child. And we will get old from how we have worked, what we have gained in terms of not only wages and income, but also in terms of family times, community relationship, and so on and so on. What we know is that along the lifetime, there are transfers, spontaneous or compulsory. Participating in our pension system in Europe is not a choice. I always tell the young, when you will start working, nobody will ask you whether you want to join INPS, our National Pension Institute. You will be enrolled automatically. It's compulsory. You will have to pay 33% of your gross wage for your future pension. That is the rule. You have to. But in any case, transfer occurs from one group to another, from one stage of life to another, from one generation to another, and vice versa. So we should look at all these transfers to have a clear view of what is happening, particularly in terms of, well, the two parameters that have motivated our reform process. First is sustainability, which means intergenerational somehow equity, because if it's not sustainable, the social arrangement, then it's to the damage of future generation, but also intragenerational, and so that is a form of justice, equity that we have to look. Longer life are a major scientific social achievement, but gains are uneven distributed. We know this. We have talked of this all yesterday. And to prevent this further source of inequality, to avoid the too unequal longevity progress, an integral approach to welfare is needed for a more level playing field at all stages of life. A more level playing field is our best, I think, realization to what we call equity. So let's go. Well, this is aging. We have gone through. You have mortality curves, and you see there. Look at the first graph, the collapse of mortality for children, neonatal mortality. And that is a success of science, of the condition of living. And then we have a reduction of mortality probability at all ages. Even when you are 90 today, you have a probability of dying, which is less than was, 10 years ago. And we see what we call the rectangularization of the survival curve, which is it's just the same view opposite. Fertility rates is the other thing which is very important to derive the consequences of aging for the entire population, because we are living longer, but there are fewer births. So look at how the fertility rates fell from 1960 to 37. Now we are 113, 114, which is really one of the lowest in the world. Okay, but here is what I want, a narrative that can, let's say, convince most people, particularly the politicians, that we need the broader perspective that I talked before. And here I would call for let me say, some responsibilities by economists. Why? Because somehow we have attracted the attention of aging on this. The many consequences, the focus has been on the effect of old age dependency ratios, by economists, I mean. And you see these are the effects. This is taken from the OECD, Bassanini, I think. In any case, you see that everywhere we have even a doubling of the old age dependency ratio. And this has called for major pension reform. I remember all through the 90s and the first 10 years of the new millennium, international organization were in every report telling European countries, and particularly Italy, you have to enact pension reform. Your system is not sustainable, so you have to change the rules. You have to do what? To do the things that have been done in reforms. In some countries more easily, in other countries, ask France, ask Macron, with more difficulties. But in any case, the kind of reforms that have been done have followed these directions. The correlation at the individual level between contribution and retirement age and benefits have been strengthened. So we have moved from what we called the defined benefit pension formula towards a defined contribution, strengthening the correlation. Many people defend the defined benefit. I just give you an example. The Italian formula previously was your pension will be the number of years of seniority that you have contributed to the system, to the IMPS, multiplied by 2%, multiplied by the average of your final wage. In the case of public employee, was exactly the final wage. That is why we say that in the army, every caporal tried to become a general just before retiring, because retiring as a general is much more convenient, of course. But in public offices, it was quite common to give a promotion, career promotion at the end of the career, because people would benefit from this. And the head of the department who gave this promotion would not pay. There wasn't the perception, well, the question, who pays for this? And so that was a guarantee, but it was very, very costly. The country could not, and you know, it was not just. It was not equity that. Why? Because every economist knows that if you have that richer career, those are steeper. So the ones who end up having higher labor income at the end are normally the ones who have higher human capital. So they earn more. So you link your pension at the highest of your wage, but you didn't pay the corresponding contributions all your life. So it's redistributing towards the rich, which is not something that it's in the public mandate. If you redistribute, you have to redistribute towards the poor. So that was the first move, and it is quite general with variation in Europe. Second, increase effective retirement age. That means reduce early retirement options, increase the statutory retirement ages, link. This I put a question mark. It was what Ole was also talking about, link retirement ages to longevity. We did also. In Italy, we had this. It has been frozen during the COVID period. It is now has been restored partially. But it's a question that can be discussed, this, because we know longevity. Then strengthen this is fundamental, strengthen employment, sustainable opportunities for older workers, balance sustainability and adequacy concern, and encourage participation in supplementary private pensions to distribute risk. You have here the pact, intergenerational pact in the pay-as-you-go. And so if you go towards fully funded occupational pensions and private annuities, then those are financially funded, and so you have a diversification of risk. These more or less lines have been followed everywhere in Europe. Sometimes with setback, you go on and then someone else, a new government changes and go back. But these are the... So have been successful, these reforms? I say only partially. Why? For two reasons. First is that reforming pension is one of the most difficult tasks for a government, because it is a topic that is widespread. It concerns everybody. It is true, when you talk of pension reform in France, people go in the street to protest. It's mass protest. In Italy, we have been more successful, very difficult process. The process started in 92, more or less almost always under the threat of a financial crisis. It was similar in 1992, in 95, I'm not going to all the reforms, but it was the same. Then we had a move on and a move backwards. And then in 2011, when there was the technocratic government, the risk was really a financial crisis for Italy, not only for the euro. There was Nobel laureate Paul Krugman saying almost every 2 days, in a TV interview, writing on newspaper, in the New York Times, then he wrote for the New York Times, saying now, with Italy in front of a financial collapse, the probability that the euro will not be there within 6 months is more within maybe 2 months, he said, is more than 50%. 50% is a very high probability. And Italy was more under attack than Greece, who had a crisis worse than ours, because Italy is a large country, and Italy is one of the founding father or mother of Europe. So, okay. But then my idea is that the success was, oh, it's only 1 minute? Mm-hmm. It's long, but I will stop. In 2 minutes, I will stop. The success is partial because it was not based on this wider view. And the wider view is provided by these observations. If no man is an island, no generation is self-sufficient. Children depend on adults. Adults work, but they also depend on the asset preserved or accumulated by previous generations, and older cohorts depend on their savings and the support of younger ones. What I want to say is that the implicit or explicit, and I will tell you where they are explicit, agreement linking people across time is not just a financial arrangement, but a moral, social, and political compact. And human societies endure because these reciprocal dependencies are accepted and organized. And where do we have these? Well, quite easy. These are too nice. Yeah, I want to tell you, we have constitutions. Here I have a list. No, is this? The intergenerational pact in the Italian constitution. There are many articles, but there is also, the same are also in the France, in the French constitution, in the UK constitution, and so on. So we have these values. Are we going to risk them? And I go back because this is what I wanted to tell. We say rights in our constitution to protect people, families, and generations. But how do we realize? I'm not talking about political rights, civil rights. I'm talking about social rights. And the instrument to implement the social right is what we call the welfare system. But if we consider the welfare system as the instrument to implement the right that we have in our constitutions, more than the US, for example, then we need to shape a welfare state that look at the entire lifetime. I want to go back to this because I said, is there a responsibility of economists in this narrowing of perspective? And my answer is yes. And you know what this is the famous Modigliani picture of life cycle hypothesis, which is fundamental. It has been fundamental and, well, it has been awarded with the Nobel Prize. Okay. But Modigliani considers the adult life, does not consider what comes before, does consider that is a family arrangement. Somehow you depend on your family, or maybe on something that the state gives you. And that, in a way, distracted the attention and put the attention exactly on, well, you save while you are working and you enjoy when you are retired. So I want to stop because I have beyond my time, but my message is this, and it is a recommendation because after being a minister, I have devoted most of my time to what I call social dialogue. I had no possibility to talk to the people when I was a minister because the political parties did not want, we were considered technocrats. But talking to the people, talking to politicians, talking to institutions is fundamental to express the idea that a welfare state needs to be preserved in its entirety, which starts when children are born, with somehow protect also families, and it goes through the working life until old age and until the end of our life. And so we need to do this, and I hope you will collaborate in doing this.
Thank you, Elsa. Now we have some time for the discussion. But before that, let me just remind you that we would like to publish a little volume including all your contributions. They should be rather short contributions, 3,000 words. relatively short papers, and we would like to have them by the end of July, if possible, because this, so you can, I mean, as a short contribution, you can quickly write.
What do you mean for short?
3,000 words. So this a concise, I mean, statement of what you think is relevant in what you said. Now let us open the discussion. I would ask you to be rather quick in your remarks. We don't have much time because we have lunch, and then we want to make sure that all of you can take your trains and planes just after lunch. So, okay, Lucia first, Luigi second. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Lucia Del Negro, Fondazione Bassetti and D-Lab. I have a question for Dr. Pincus, because looking at the countries presented in your slides, I noticed that most of them are also receiving international development aid in some forms. So I was wondering, as I'm also working in that field, and I can guarantee that transparency is very much needed in terms of reconciliation of numbers at the end in view of donors' needs, which that could somehow work as a possible driver, but this is really the question, for familiarizing people working within informal economies, informal sector, on the need to track down everything and to issue invoices and pay slips and so on and so forth, or maybe considering that international development aid is by definition temporary because it has a start and an end, it's not exactly a long-term strategy or a long-term driver for, supporting the need of familiarizing people with a long-term strategic reasonment, bringing them to pensions and welfare tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the huge number of messages. My questions are mainly to Professor Fornero, following your social dialogue mission after you've been a minister, and also, if I may, to Daniele Franco, even if you are the chair of what has been missing up to now is the last mile, which means that in 2 days I receive a large number of messages, obviously on inequalities in longevity. I've received a large number of policy recommendations, large number of products that have to be shared with the political level, because we need policies. So the 3 questions are how to select the politicians. WHO is in charge to deal with the health ministers, but is the health minister enough for talking about longevity? How to communicate, which language is sexy to speak to the politicians, and finally, how to explain to the political level that this is an issue which is not of central right or central left. It is an issue for all citizens and is a long-term issue. If you can give us some recommendations on how to speak to them, that would be useful. Thank you.
Hi, Ludovica Tarisano from Fondazione Bassetti. I actually discovered that I have to go, so I will listen to the answers on the streaming. But in any case, a very quick question on the relation between AI, finance, and the job market. Disclaimer is that most data are produced in America, but we know that the US are most likely trendsetter. So it is reasonable to believe that the job displacement is caused by the AI is going to affect the well-paid, highly skilled workers whose retirement savings are now driving the AI investment. So there are some researchers who do not believe that the Jevons paradox is going to hold. So these people are not going to consume more. They're actually going to withdraw their funds. So the question is that is very ironic, because nowadays, basically, the banks are powering the AI revolution, but they are going to be those suffering from the largest price drops. So 2 questions. The first one is whether the banking and finance sector is equipped to address the threat of an AI bubble due to the bliss effect trade, but also let's remember that the S&P 500 standard was thriving also during the energy shock. And the second question is how they are going to cope with this scenario in terms of the job market changes. Thank you.
I have Fabiana.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Just wanted to thank you very much, Professor Fornero, for this very important approach, which is very much close to what we are doing now. And just want to add another charter to the list of charter you mentioned, which is the Treaty of the European Union, which Article 3, which is one of the founding articles, says that the Union should promote solidarity between generations. So this is really a founding element in our European Union stuff. And we have an intergenerational fairness strategy, which we have adopted in March 2026, which takes really this approach, and where we prone for an intergenerational fairness contract. Contract, which is going to replace the current social contract, which is just, new with this is a new approach. Then I wanted to have a quick question, if it's relevant or not, to Dr. Sartori. A couple of questions. First, to what extent you're entering into the market of occupational pension funds? So because I think so-called the second pillar is relevant, because we view democratizing the supplementary pension system. So because, yes, besides third pillar personal pensions, and also to what extent in your personal pension products, you look into the youth. So how to get that fraction, very important fraction of the market, let's say, and the need for them to be able to access and to be attracted by pension products, which are quite difficult and achievable because they're very expensive now. And maybe the last point attached to the first question, to what extent are you considering also the introduction of care services, care products like long-term care in the occupational pension products? Does it exist or something completely new? Thank you.
Thank you, Guglielmo.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers, because we got a very broad and interesting perspective on the policy options. I've got a couple of questions, of general questions, one more specific. The general questions are, one to, I guess, to Gregorio De Felice, given we're talking about artificial intelligence, what is his perception about the type of jobs which suffer within the white-collar group? Because obviously the white collars have been suffer already from the information technology revolution, the early 2000s, and there was the first recession which affected white-collar jobs in the US. I guess this is going to be, though, some white-collar jobs will go, but others will be created. So has any reflection been made within the banking industry, between the financial sector, on what type of jobs are more at risk, what instead may benefit from artificial intelligence? So that's one point. I very much like David Pinkus' analysis of this extremely interesting issue about the failed coverage of the pensions in low and middle income countries. And I realized that it seems to be that one of the key issues, which actually is quite important for the whole of the financial and insurance sectors, is lack of trust. Lack of trust, then the solution seems to be matching contributions. Is there any other, which is at least the examples you gave, is a very, of course, that's a good step forward. But I was wondering what other means have been, what other tricks have been found to improve trust in this crucial market where you make a very long investment. It's a long-term investment. So it's not, you must really be trusting whoever you're giving your money to, that the money will not be to. And then the specific question is to Hervé Boulol, right? About this beautiful picture you showed to us about the longevity gaps by education, I think, in across at age 25 and 65. And the education gap was extremely large in Eastern European countries, age 25, and then it narrowed down to almost normal, age 65. I was wondering if you can, that was in 2010, if you can tell us what is their argument behind.
Thank you. Last two questions, Keith, and then Aga, and then we close. Keith.
Okay, Keith Lee from Swiss Institute for Artificial Intelligence. And I have questions about the human capital required for the AI's promises to be actually realized. From 2021, I started working in the Swiss Institute of Artificial Intelligence. I've been always thinking about how to awake Europe, how to make Europe as good as United States or Asia when it comes to AI adoptions. When it comes to AI specialists, as you mentioned, which I call like data scientists or AI researchers, when it comes to ground level, when it comes to the readiness for schools, I would say that Europe is more ready than Asia, because these people have a lot better STEM education than the United States, and possibly as good as Asian countries, developed part of the Asian countries. But then these guys go to economics major, and these guys go to other majors. They don't go to AI majors. They have AI programs in London, for example, but then these programs are populated by Chinese people. Then why the Europeans do not choose to go to AI programs? This is the fundamental question that has been in my mind. And the AI administrative support parts that you mentioned, there's some sort of AI strategist angle. Then I think that goes to your earlier question from yesterday's. So far, I've thought about, I've been a pessimist. Then I thought it's going to be just one superhuman labor is going to replace everybody. But then, like everybody said here, that somebody has to do some labor for the administrative work. And that administrative labor work can be a lot more productive than what we have now, just like what we have seen from the PCs, from the internet, and from everything else that we are currently using. Then how can we persuade those people to come to these AI strategy programs? Not those, the AI scientist level, just for the AI administrative level. I know it's kind of lowering their ambition, so it might hurt their feelings, but still, if they are not qualified for this advanced level for the STEM education, then they got to compromise with the some level. Then still, with that education, you can actually go to the job market and you can make money. Without it, then Europe never will be able to catch up with the United States, never will be able to catch up with the Asian countries. So again, this is something that it has been driving my mind for years. I really wanted to know why. And especially from the Northern Europe, I can see some pickups. But here in Southern Europe, I can see much less and much less. Why is it particular here in the Southern Europe that I cannot see that much activities? Thank you.
Thank you, Agar.
Yes, well, half of Agar Brudjavinica Foscari, half of the question was asked by Guglielmo. It's not a coincidence, right? But so my question is to David, Mirko, and Gregorio. First point is whether artificial intelligence would help in creating new insurance and financial products, which going beyond profiling, because right now we think about artificial intelligence as a mean of profiling, but especially from what David said, there is an issue here of reaching the people, especially for coverage, and I think there is a lot of space there to work. And this brings me to what Mirko was saying. I think we have to rethink the way we think about risk. For example, I'm not sure we can still distinguish between trending risks and catastrophic events. Because think about long-term care for people who become cognitive impaired. Now, for households, that's like a catastrophic event. It's a small probability. As an insurer, if I look at the incidence of that, it's very tiny. So much so that I don't think there is, I know Generali is one of the largest in this field, especially long-term care, but still, I don't think insurers exactly know how broad this can be in the future. And if it happens, the costs are huge for a household. 30,000 euros is a modest estimate, 35,000 euros, maybe 50,000 euros per year. In a sense, there are risks which become even more unpredictable. In the sense that the trending risks, I think, are less and less so, and more we have, catastrophic risks, at least for the people who are hit by this risk. So, and finally, the issue of trust. Because again, we know that Italians, for example, are very reluctant to buy insurance. You three know better than me that people are not aware of the risks, right? So they don't know something that Monica was also mentioning, that they're not prepared, right? So would artificial intelligence help in this direction, or would it make it worse because people would even trust politicians, but in general, the politicians on one side and the financial world on the other side, even less. So I know these are big questions, but I think it's a good way to end the questions.
Okay, no, thank you, Aga. Now I would ask the colleagues to react in a very concise way. Maybe we can start with Gregorio, because, yes, to answer to Ludovica's comment.
Ludovica, what time is your water taxi? 1:30?
Yes,
it was. What time is your train? Okay, now. So otherwise we can have the same train at 2:48. So very quickly, two questions. Are banks powering AI revolution? Not exactly, as many companies which have to do with AI have a lot of self-financing, and they are eventually recurring to private credit. So commercial banks are typically very active in financing data center, electricity, infrastructures, and so on. So they are a little bit more protected. So in the case of a bubble, similar to the dot-com companies, this time should said 3 times, should be less, how can I say, less important, less significant. So equipped for an AI bubble, this is the feeling now. The point is that with the so-called syndrome of FOMO, fear of missing out, many firms, manufacturing firms and services are buying even more, probably even more than it's strictly necessary. And so this is increasing GDP, US GDP growth substantially. Just think that 50% of GDP growth is linked to AI investment. Second question, how to cope with the AI. Every bank, including Intesa Sanpaolo, is investing a lot in AI. The main can I say, prevention is that of avoiding to increase risk of cybercrime and so on. So every kind of engines, algorithm that we accept is out of the IT system of the bank. Because if they enter, they declare to preserve privacy everywhere. It's an issue of trusting or not, but everything is made with the purpose of preserving internal data. So to give an example, and please do not quote me, Copilot is nicely accepted, Anthropic not yet. And I said no, I haven't said no forever, but not yet because of some technical problems. Guglielmo Weber, what kind of job can suffer more? I'd say white collar with lower skill. So all of that kind of professionals which can be automatized. And so this has already an impact in the States, where for the first time in the second post-war World War, the mobility of the labor market decreased hugely. So the vast majority of employees remain, how can I say, gripped to their own job because they fear not to get a new job the day after. So they don't move any longer for a small amount of salary increase. And the hiring is just for blue collars, specific. So people with electricians and how can I say, carpentieri, people is hard. Also for, so falegnami, just to speak Italian because it's a difficult word, I don't know. How to awake Europe, big task. For sure, now is difficult starting from scratch. So the only thing that Europe can do is implementing AI procedure at its best. But I don't see a, how can I say, a European Union approach, a unitary approach. And every country probably is trying to do the best. The only significant presence in Europe is Mistral in France. The governance of the decision in Europe is very, very long, and so honestly, I'm not so optimistic. The question regarding financial products, yep. There is a tendency towards very cheap products, such as ETF. They already existed before the AI revolution, but just to give an idea, the cost of buying an ETF is 3, 4, 5 basis points, instead of 150 for a mutual funds. Sorry, Daniele, I got too much time.
Okay, thank you. Let's move this way. Mirko, please.
Yeah, so on the question of the second pillar, or we call it like a group or like collective schemes, yes, we are active. We are pretty significant in Italy with big like fondi negoziali. We are also quite relevant in France, even though we are not in the top 3, and also in Germany. The fact is that usually group policies, it depends on the country and segment, but usually they have lower profitability from our point of view. We have less level, a lower level of details, so we can not do a precise pricing, so that's also level profitability is lower, but that's part of our strategy, yes. Second, the young people as target customers. Yes, I think we are including young or youngsters into what we call underserved segments, along with seniors and also women to a certain extent. So it's definitely part of our strategy. We have like a few, not a lot, but a few pilots launched in the small and medium countries, also in Eastern Europe. The challenge will be to scale them up. I'm not expecting big volumes in the short run, but we're definitely working on that as a part of our sustainability strategy. LTC as a rider, we call it, or as additional guarantee to pension. First of all, we worked on LTC standalone, especially in Italy. We are picking up in terms of volumes, not to the extent that we wanted at the beginning, but it's also a matter of education and maybe pricing at a certain point. But yes, the attachment, I mean, to main policies as riders, also to pension products, why not? Then a question from Agar. AI, the question was how, is this bringing to new products? I'm not sure to new brand new products, to be honest. Of course, we are using AI for the claims and for the underwriting, first of all. But certainly I think this would bring innovation into services, which is anyway becoming more and more relevant, into our proposition to clients. And sometimes services is actually bringing more difference than real product features as opposed to competitors. So services, at least in our analysis, is bringing more value to the table to the clients rather than product features. So that can be an angle to how to use AI also on that. And I would agree with that in terms of the new way to look at the risk, in terms of trend risk versus catastrophe or volatility kind of risks. The fact is that most of our daily, business is driven by our capital model, which is driving, how much we are charging behind some initiatives in terms of capital, and so it is less or more absorbing. And the fact that we are a very well-diversified, group, also between P&C and life, and also within the life with the financial risks component, at the end, this brings that longevity at group level is not really a key risks, but what matters for us, and we are looking at that also for capital productivity, is a local level where longevity, single entity by single entity, then geographically it changes, but that can lead to initiatives more targeted to longevity and look at risk in a new way. Just one comment on transparency, on trust. From an insurance perspective, yes, it's an issue. We are trying to work on education. The fact is that it is, as I see it, is very much linked to transparency. So as long as we higher up transparency, I'm pretty sure trust will come. It's not an overnight game. This is going to take time. But there are also regulations, like maybe you heard about value for money regulations, tackling saving component most of the times. This goes in the right direction, and I think transparency is actually key.
Thank you. David?
Sure. Thank you very much for these questions. I'll quickly answer all three of them. Lucia, great question, because we actually have a paper on pensions and aid and international aid, so I'm very, very happy that you asked that question. My view on this is that there is scope for international aid to support pension schemes like the ones I presented by helping to kickstart them, and specifically by financing the financial incentives in a pilot phase. And that's a very, very important distinction. So for the first few years, maybe for the first 5 years, finance a smaller scale rollout that would then also allow us to, accompanied by a randomized control trial and really scientifically based research, to identify what incentives work best and come up with a good cost-benefit analysis that can be taken to the government. Because in the long term, for the schemes to be sustainable and for actually the scheme being driven by domestic resources, the main source of the incentives will be the government. Now, it's normal that governments are quite reluctant in committing to a potentially very large expenditure given fiscal constraints. So a pilot phase really would allow us to refine the design and to find the best cost-benefit trade-off and build the actual evidence for then the program to be scaled up at the national level with the support of the government or other institutions. But I think this is a very, very crucial part of international aid, and we are actually also advocating for it. I'm writing a paper on pension schemes and international development, because the macro view that we have on pensions is that if set up well, it can be a very effective way to mobilize domestic savings at scale and to actually mobilize domestic resources for the development of the country, which is something that a lot of countries are struggling with. Guillermo, great question on trust. We are currently reviewing the literature on this, but I do have some practical anecdotes from what I know so far. So actually one important thing in building trust, I think, is that people can actually see their balance and that they can see on their phone when they make a contribution that their balance arrives in the account and that the co-contribution arrives in the account at the same time. So I think that is extremely important, and it's something that's easily feasible today because so many people now use smartphones. Another thing that was to me when I first had it counter-intuitive is an example from Ghana, where actually one of the companies that provides micro-pension schemes, which is, actually they saw that when they have allowed people to withdraw some of the money, that a lot of people have done it, but that a big portion of these people have then actually put the money back in and have saved more later. So actually, temporary withdrawals can, in the beginning, also help to build trust. So there's obviously a trade-off there. But in situations where people are very worried about, will my money actually be available in the future, this is something I think that needs to be considered. And it can be combined with incentives to actually then put the money back in. And this will then also help in the beginning, when a scheme is young, to by word of mouth, more people using it, because this is the only way to then actually build trust in the long term. People need to either use it themselves and have a good experience or hear about good experiences from people. On the more institutional level, it's really about identifying trustworthy institutions. In some countries, the private sector is more trusted than some public institutions. In some countries, it's public institutions that are more trusted, for example, a national social security fund or an institution like this. So this is very important when you kind of select and think about who will be involved in the management of the scheme, et cetera, et cetera. Quickly responding to your question, Aga. Yeah, very, very good question. Again, I think digitalization and especially the high adoption of smartphones and mobile money in a lot of the developing world do open a lot of possibilities. You said that you wanted to know the potential of AI beyond profiling, which was the first thing that came to my mind, so I had to think a little bit harder. But I think there is really scope on the behavioral side of things. Again, if you think about voluntary pension schemes, a lot of levers that should be pulled are behavioral. So identifying people that have a certain savings pattern, for example, over 6 months, and then completely stop to save. That you can start to analyze, okay, what has happened, that you can start to talk to people and sort of really automate these sort of behavioral tools that have proven to be very, very powerful. And the other good thing I think about, tools, really communication tools like automated messages, etc., is that in the long term, the cost is actually quite marginal. Thank you. I'll stop here.
Thank you, David. Elsa, and then we have Hervé.
Well, the question of the last mile was also to you, Daniele. But let me just say this. Perhaps you know that the predecessor of Ursula von der Leyen once said, like this. He said, we all know what has to be done. What we don't know is how to be re-elected once we have done it. This has to do with changes, with reforms, with the implementation of AI, with changing the rules in the European level. So, well, if this is the situation, the answer, apart that the saying is quite cynical because it figure out a contraposition between the enlightened people who knows what has to be done and the poor ones who don't know and so are going to punish those who have taken the decision. But if the situation is this, the simple answer is explain to them. And we did once with a colleague of mine a research paper in which we took 22 countries, something like 20 pension reforms, and asked the question, is it true that governments that enact a pension reform, which is very unpopular in general, are going to reduce their probability to be in government at the next turn of elections? And this had already been investigated, and the answer is yes. If you do a pension reform, then your probability to be re-elected goes down. Okay, but the important thing that we did in our econometric exercise is that we put a specific measure of economic financial knowledge in the population at large we put in the equation to differentiate. And the result is that it's still true that when you do a pension reform, your probability to win the election goes down, but significantly less than in countries where the financial knowledge is much lower. What does this prove? That it proves that if the reforms are sensible and in the right direction, and if people understand, then why punish the government who enact reforms? But this also means that democratic countries need to embark the people in the reform process. Otherwise, well, they sense that they will be punished, the politicians, and don't do the reform or try to counteract the reforms that have been enacted. So it's a long-run solution, but I know no short-time solution to complex problems. Longevity is a very complex problem. You don't solve the longevity problems with by increasing retirement age. It's a very small piece of the whole picture. And we need to involve people also because we need to reduce the share of populists in our democracies, which are a threat.
Hervé,
okay.
Last speaker,
yes.
And please.
It's tough to be the last one even this time, but the good news is I will be short. So thank you, Guillermo, for the question, which is why inequality at age 25 in life expectancy is so much higher than at age 65. And there is one easy explanation and one difficult one. The easy one is that it's normal, because of course, if you take a maximum age, whatever that is, and there is a question of what is the maximum age and how it will evolve through time. But assuming it's 110 years or 120 years, well, the good thing about death is it equalizes everything. After that, there is no more inequality, right? So that's the normal thing, is with time, there is less and less years. The difficult one is, of course, what happens in between. The data show that there is huge inequality about mortality between those years. And we have not looked into the factors, but what we know is beyond the socioeconomic background that are there all the time, there is some extreme and healthy lifestyle differences. There is some extreme behaviors like drugs, violence, driving fast, and so forth, which affect a lot. And this, I agree with you that what is striking, it contributes so much. But this is what the data reveal. And it goes to the discussion quickly I had with Martin, is for pension system, everything matters in terms of the progressivity or regressivity, because if you die at age 50, that means you have contributed basically for nothing, right? But when we talk about the progressivity or regressivity of the benefit payment in retirement, we tend to focus on what happens after age 60 or 65. But everything happens, and there is a big debate on what we should take into account. But Martin told me that he could look at how his data, which is at age 40, will be changed by focusing on 65. And if you do that, I will be your first reader. Now, an additional point is that the numbers we show are absolute number of years. So, right, orders of magnitude, 3 years of inequality at age 65, 6 years at age 25, right? So big difference. Absolute numbers. If we take it in relative terms, 6 years out of life expectancy at 25, which is 60, that's 10%. 3 years at age 65 out of 20 years, that's 15%. And we show that in relative terms, inequality increased with age, in relative, which one argue may be the best metric. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Hervé. So here we close this conference. I would like to thank all of you on behalf of Fondazione Cini for having joined us here. There will be lunch downstairs, and then I think transport has been arranged for you. So, thank you very much. Let me just remind you that we would be very happy if you could send us your short paper by the end of July. So, thank you, and all the best for your trips back to your places.